Good morning. All right, we got a lot to do today, so let's get started. Before we start, I'm going to take roll. Chairman Hildebrand, present. Vice Chair Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Abel. Present. Mr. Doggett.
Present.
Mr. Gallo.
Present.
Mr. Patton.
Present.
Commissioner Rowling.
Present.
Thank you. This meeting is called to order January 23rd, 2025 at 9:10 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Yaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
All right, thank you. First is the approval of the minutes from the commission meeting held November 7th, 2024, which has already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval? Is there a second?
Full second.
All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Next is the acknowledgement of the list of donations, which has already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
Bell, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Next is the consideration of contracts, which have also been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
Able, so move.
Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Now for the special recognitions, retirements, and service award presentations. Dr. Yaskowitz, please make the presentations.
Chairman, Commissioners, we have a full house today on our awards recognitions. We're going to be commissioning new K-9 and retiring a few old K-9s. We have what I would call a small class reunion here of some game wardens. Stapleton told me not to mess it up. I will try not to do that, Steve. And we have just some great opportunity to recognize the great work of our department. So let's get started with our K-9s. I guess they're all staged somewhere. Is that right, Dee? Yes, sir. Okay, good. We'll go ahead and get started. So today we're going to be commissioning 4 K-9s. The K-9 program at Texas Parks and Wildlife was created in 2013 and staffs over 10 specialized K-9 teams that support the agency's core mission and serves as a force multiplier in incidents requiring high-risk law enforcement response. These specialized K-9 teams supplement game warden capacity regionally as needed, serving a valuable role in border operations, interagency law enforcement assistance, and other similar law enforcement situations. K-9 teams are currently trained in a variety of disciplines and certified by instructors and judges. These disciplines include search and rescue, tracking, wildlife, resource detection, cadaver detection, firearms detection, and narcotics detection. The use of K-9 teams reduces search time and increases evidence recovery, which leads to a more complete court prosecution. A secondary purpose of the K-9 teams is education and deterrence through K-9 demonstrations and presentations for interest groups, schools, and media groups, as well as high visibility patrol. By providing resource management information during K-9 demonstrations and presentations, a sense of resource management stewardship is developed. Each K-9 resides at home with his or her handler and is provided needed equipment, nutrition, and veterinary needs through state funding, as well as funding through generous donations routed through our Gear Up for Game Wardens. On behalf of the K-9 team, thank you for everyone's continued support and for joining us on this very special day for our retired K-9 partners and our newly commissioned K-9 partners. So starting with the commissioning, we have K-9 Bailey. She's a Labrador Retriever. Her handler is Game Warden Sergeant Matt Zetrick. Her certifications are wildlife resource detection, which includes odors of dove, waterfowl, red snapper, oysters, and shark fin. Article evidence recovery, also certified in wildlife resource detection and article evidence recovery with the North American Police Working Dog Association. Welcome, K-9 Bailey, and congratulations on your commission. All right, ready to go to work. Excellent. Next up, we have Canine Cam. She also is a Labrador Retriever. Handler is Texas Game Warden Sergeant Joni Owen. And certifications include human remains detection, forensic, and reality. Congratulations, Canine Cam. Yeah, that's a Joni. Congratulations.
Cam. Hey. Cam. Cam. One more. Hey. Cam. Second one. Ready, Cam. Those two. Yeah. A lot of stimulation. Next up, we have Canine Piper. She's also a Labrador Retriever. Handler is Texas Game Warden Sergeant Dustin Fleming. Certifications include police search and rescue, human tracking, article evidence recovery, and narcotics detections. Congratulations, Canine Piper. Right here. 1, 2. Hey. Piper. There is an art and science to that for sure. And finally, we have Canine Rue. She also is a Labrador Retriever. Handler is Texas Game Warden Tim Tokash. And certifications include police search and rescue and human remains detection and recovery. Congratulations, Canine Rue. Dear, are we taking a picture with all of them at the end?
Yes, we're going to do get
With
the
one.
retirements, and then we'll take a group with the commission and the retirements and all the commissioners. And then after that, we'll do.
Just point me in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next up, we have two retirements that we want to recognize. The first is Dexter. Dexter is a German Shepherd, Belgian Malinois breed mix. Handler is Texas Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson, and certifications include human remains detection and forensic and reality. Canine Dexter was officially retired from service on April 30th, 2024. He joined the Game Warden Canine team in 2018 and proudly served the people of Texas, as well as assisted in searches in Kentucky, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. He was Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's first ever human remains detection canine. Canine Dexter assisted with over 300 cases that included missing persons cases, criminal cases, natural disasters, and a large plane crash event. Among these events included multiple searches for blood evidence recovery and searches for drowning victims. He had a passion to go to work every day and complete any search that was put in front of him. Please join us in helping congratulate Canine Dexter for his hard work and dedication to serving the state of Texas. He will enjoy his retirement with Chrissy and receive plenty of treats, pets,
and naps in the sun. We wish K9 Dexter the best in his years of retirement, and we have a shadow box as an appreciation from TPWD. This shadow box will serve as an honor box to secure precious items obtained during K9's partner's career, working collar badge, favorite reward toy, pictures, and items obtained along the way that hold precious memories for the K9 and his partner. Thank you very much for serving the people of Texas. Thank you, Dexter.
Wants that ball that's over there? Here, let me get on that side of you.
Here we go. On three. You're gonna have to get on that one. Okay, 1, 2, and.
And next we have K9 Sky. She's a Labrador Retriever. Texas Game Warden Sergeant Derek Nels is the handler. And the certifications include police search and rescue, tracking, and firearms detection. As K9 Woodrow was nearing retirement in 2021, K9 Sky was welcomed to the TPWD K9 team. Sky was trained and certified in firearm detection, followed by certifications in police search and rescue and human tracking. Sky followed in Woodrow's footsteps and was paw steps, and was very successful during her 4 years of service. She was asked during her career to locate firearm evidence associated with crimes ranging from hunting violations to homicide. On 13 occasions, Sky located firearms, shell casings, or live ammunition related to these crimes, including 2 pistols used to commit murder and 1 pistol used to shoot 2 victims and police officers. Sky was requested twice to respond to rural schools due to concerns of possible firearms on the campuses. Fortunately, no firearms were located, and the schools were able to continue business as usual. Sky was requested to assist in locating missing people on multiple occasions. These situations can be difficult, and most times the search is based on limited information, but K9 Sky was instrumental in clearing multiple search areas, aiding ground searches and drones to clear adjacent areas, which resulted in safely locating the missing persons, all part of a team effort when life-threatening situations occur. Sky has been deployed on almost 100 tracks. 81 of these tracks were during Operation Lone Star deployments, during which she assisted Border Patrol agents in their duties. Sky was able to assist Border Patrol agents in the apprehension of over 200 subjects. Thanks to everyone who has supported this K9 team. Congratulations on your retirement, K9 Sky. All right, we're bringing them all in. This will be interesting. Does this move?
Let's not. If we don't, well, if we
Well, yeah.
is that wireless? It is, right?
Yeah, it's wireless.
That'd be great. That'd make things a little easier.
I think one wheel's locked.
That looks great. Okay, everybody right here. Look. Sit. Woo. One more. One more. See it. See it. Take your heel. Sit. Wait. Sit. Wait. All right, here we go. On 3. 1, 2, and one more. 1, 2. All right, thank you. Hold up, commissioners. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Everybody look right here, please. On 3. Hey, Scott, sit. See it. Here we go. 1, 2, and. We'll do another one. Okay, here we go. On 3. 1, 2, and.
Next, we'd like to take a few minutes to recognize some of the great work that has happened within the department. First, we'd like to start off by recognizing Russ County Game Warden Kurt Clendenning as its recipient of the department's recipient of the 2024 Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency Officer of the Year Award. Kurt graduated in 2010 from the University of Texas at Dallas with a bachelor's degree in criminology. Kurt was accepted into the 56th Texas Game Warden Academy class and graduated in 2011. He is a devoted conservation law enforcement officer and is a natural leader and demonstrates initiative, excellent judgment, and outstanding communication skills. He leads by way of example with his work ethic, teamwork, and his professional interpersonal interactions with others. Warden Clendenning is dedicated to our enforcement efforts and is proactive in getting our mission accomplished with a can-do attitude. Kirk works extremely hard and is always top tier of the district for Marine Patrol hours, investigations, and public outreach. Warden Clendenning has a true love for the outdoors and understands the importance of leaving a legacy of conservation for future generations. CFWA's Officer of the Year, Kurt Clendenning.
You want us back up over here?
Yes, sir, that way the camera can see you. Okay, everybody here, please. On 3. 1, 2, one more. Much easier.
Next, we'd like to recognize the 2025 Shikar Safari Officer of the Year, Jamal Allen. Jamal was born and raised in Frankston, a rural East Texas town just southwest of Tyler. His character, hard work ethic, and competitive nature manifested itself early on during high school through his passion for sports and success with high school football, which earned him and his twin brother a full-ride scholarship to Stephen F. Austin State University. Jamal graduated from the 63rd Game Warden Training Academy in late spring 2020 and was assigned to Jefferson County, where he is currently serving as the community as their game warden with his wife Ellen and son Rowan. Warden Allen is a certified Texas Commission on Law Enforcement instructor and has been invited to teach saltwater law, defensive tactics, simunitions to the game warden cadets at the Game Warden Training Center. Warden Allen has proven his ability to influence and motivate others by earning their respect and leading by example. He sets the standard for the district and the region, not by trying to be better or do more than others, but challenging himself to do all that he is capable of. As Warden Jamal has had many great achievements. Among them was being honored by the Coastal Conservation Association as their Texas Officer of the Year for 2022 due to his exhaustive enforcement efforts surrounding the commercial shrimping and crabbing industry the previous year. He was also honored by the Southeast Texas chapter of Mothers Against Drunk Driving in 2022 and 2024 as Officer of the Year for his boating while intoxicated enforcement efforts. Warden Allen has been instrumental in mentoring and teaching 6 of Beaumont District's newest wardens, 4 rookie wardens that he helped train this past year and filed in a combined 11 BWI cases, and assisted with 7 commercial Gulf shrimp closure cases referred to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for enforcement. Over the past year, Jamal has continued to answer the call for his agency, his peers, and his constituents to help conserve and protect the natural and cultural resources along the upper Texas coast, primarily in Jefferson County. Shikar Safari Officer of the Year, Jamal Allen.
Have you step back? Just a little. Perfect. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. One more.
Next, we have a couple of retirements we'd like to recognize. First is James Barge, who began his career with the department on May 1st, 1997. On that day, he walked into the Game Warden Training Academy that was here in town at 100 West 50th Street with 24 strangers and forged bonds that will live as long as the members of that 45th Academy. James' first duty station was in Tyler County. He got his first mention in the newspaper when he located a person who had been missing for several days and was presumed likely to be dead, but was found very much alive. On January 1st, 2000, James moved back across the Neches River to Angelina County and back home where he had been raised. The next 25 years would be full of adventure and accomplishments. James quickly got his Master Peace Officer certificate and his instructor certificate, as well as his standardized field sobriety testing certificate and his firearms instructor certificate. In 2007, he won the National Association of State Boating Law Enforcement Officer of the Year Award for Texas. He led his district in boating while intoxicated enforcement and was teaching standardized field sobriety testing at the Game Warden Academy. James received several other awards throughout his career, including Director's Life-Saving Awards for rendering aid on an individual who had attempted suicide, rescuing 3 individuals from high waters above Sam Rayburn Lake, and helping an injured game warden in the Neches River between Houston and Cherokee County, and responding to massive flooding in Deweyville, Texas. He is also one of the founding members of the critical incident team known as the Peer Support Team. He was lead for that peer support team for the eastern half of the state, retiring with 27 years of service, James Barge.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, and one more.
Patricia Whittle began her career with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department on August 2nd, 1999 as an accountant. She immersed herself in the comptroller classes to learn all about state of Texas statewide accounting policies and procedures. Good on you, Patricia, for that. She became the key senior accounts payable subject matter expert and is routinely called upon to train and assist others and coordinate sensitive payment matters with all agency divisions supported by accounts payable. She has seen more than her fair share of accounting software changes in her career, especially at TPWD. Back in 2010, Patricia served on a special task force project team to identify gaps between the legacy accounting system, industrial financial system, and the newer accounting system being implemented at that time, business information system. Her most memorable training presentation occurred in 2014 at the state capitol, where she led a discussion before more than 250 other agency employees on a wide variety of accounts payable topics. Retiring with 25 years of service, Patricia Whittle.
All right, here we go.
Next, we'd like to recognize service given to the department in the state of Texas. Romero Medrano began his career with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department in 1989 in the State Parks Division as a park ranger at both Lake Corpus Christi and Lake Casablanca State Parks. In October 1998, he transferred to the Inland Fisheries crew in Mathis, Texas, as a Fish and Wildlife Technician 2. In spring 2013, Ram was promoted to Fish and Wildlife Technician 3. He has improved the district's stocking procedures by decreasing the amount of handling necessary to stock fingerling fishes, worked on numerous research projects such as Alligator Gar Project and 2 passive angling gear projects. He has helped design and implement numerous aquatic vegetation control plans for water bodies within his district, advised other districts about aquatic vegetation control methodologies, and continues to coordinate with the park staff on the planning, organizing, and implementation of the Lake Corpus Christi State Park annual youth fishing event, what typically brings 500 kids to participate in that event in a single day. With 35 years of service, Ram Medrano. Kevin Mays began his career with the department in 1989 as an intern for the Resource Protection Division's River Studies program. And in 1992, Kevin was hired as an aquatic biologist in the River Studies program, reviewing surface water right permit applications, in-stream flow, water level conservation, and water quality protection to ensure healthy aquatic ecosystems for all fish, wildlife, and people. From 1998 to 2011, Kevin served as River Assessment Team Leader to oversee multidisciplinary studies to determine water quality and quantity needs of rivers and streams, including hydropower licensing and relicensing, and state and regional water planning. In February of 2022, he joined the Inland Fisheries Division Senior Leadership Team as Chief of Fisheries Science and Policy. He currently oversees the division's science program, including the Heart of Hills Fisheries Science Center. With 35 years of service, Kevin Mays.
Got this one around this way. Right there. Perfect. I like it. One more.
Todd Pilchick began his career with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department in August of 1994 in the Wildlife Division. He served with customer service phone lines and worked the Migratory Game Bird Program in Austin headquarters. In 1997, he transferred to San Marcos as technician with the White-Winged Dove Program. In 2000, he accepted a biologist position in Lampasas, Coryell, and Bell County as a natural resource specialist. And in 2002, he transferred to Matagorda, Brazoria, in the southern Jackson counties, where he continues to work today, conducting wildlife surveys and assisting private landowners with an emphasis on wildlife management. With 30 years of service, Todd Pilchick.
Have y'all swing it right there. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Here we go. Angle that forward just a little bit.
Jason Sighers began his career with the department in 1994 as a botanist and plant ecologist. He received his BS and MS in agricultural science from Stephen F. Austin State University. He has a research affiliation with Baylor and the University of Texas Herbarium and Botanical Research Institute of Texas. He utilizes his GIS and remote sensing skills to map, survey, and document rare habitats on private lands statewide. He's involved with many regional conservation partnerships with state and federal agencies and land trusts. He supports ecological data collection for farm and ranch land conservation easement projects and oversees university research projects funded through the state and federal grant programs of the 226 Rare Plant Communities Tract in Texas Conservation Action Plan. He has described 6 plant species new to science that are endemic to Texas. He has published over 130 scientific publications on the flora and plant ecology of Texas, and in 2008, he co-authored a book of rare plants of Texas. He recently contributed a chapter on eastern Texas prairie landscapes for a book on southeastern grasslands, and he recently signed a book contract with 3 other co-authors with Texas A&M Press to produce a book in rare plant communities of Texas to be published in 2026. With 30 years of service, Jason Singers. All right, here begins the class reunion. Jerry Ash began his career with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department in July, and just by the way, they all just started in July of 1999. So July of 1999 as Texas Game Warden. In January 2000, Game Warden Ash graduated from the Texas Game Warden Academy in Austin, Texas, and was transferred to Camp and Titus counties in northeast Texas. In June of 2009, Camp County opened as a 1 Game Warden county, and Warden Ash became the Titus County Game Warden. He has assisted with numerous life-saving events, and he's responded to hurricanes and other natural disasters when needed. Ash has been recognized for his team efforts with these deployments and was recently selected as the Region 2 Game Warden of the Year. Ash routinely makes outstanding fish and wildlife-related cases and has done so throughout his career. Warden Ash routinely participates in border deployments and without hesitation volunteers for holiday shifts to lessen the burden on wardens with young children. Warden Ash is a team player with a contagious, positive, hard-working attitude. He's a pillar in his community and with his district. With 25 years of service, Jerry Ash.
Right there. There you go. Okay, everybody follow the lead. Here we go. All right, sir. 1, 2, and 1 more.
Heath Bragg also began his career with the department in July of 1999. After completing the 46th Texas Game Warden Academy in January 2000, he was stationed in Tyler County. After 4 years, Heath transferred to Angelina County for 5 years and then Nacogdoches County for 11 years, where he would stay. In 2005, Heath was awarded the National Wild Turkey Federation Officer of the Year Award, and in 2016, he was awarded the Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Association Officer of the Year Award. In 2020, he was promoted to captain for Region 3 in the Nacogdoches District. His greatest achievement is being married to Brandy Bragg and raising 2 wonderful children, Savannah and Peyton. Peyton hopes to follow in his father's footsteps after he completes his degree. With 25 years of service, Heath Bragg. Brad Gwynn started his career with the department also in July of 1999 with that 46 Game Warden cadet class. He was stationed in Freestone County after graduation and later transferred to Williamson County. In 2008, he was promoted to Lieutenant Game Warden at the Game Warden Training Center. There, he helped train hundreds of game wardens and numerous park police officers over 11 different cadet classes. He was at the Game Warden Training Center for almost 13 years. In December of 2020, he promoted to Captain Game Warden and is now in Brownwood. With 25 years of service, Brad Gwynn.
Perfect. Here we go. All three. 1, 2. One more. Brad, can you lean up forward a little bit? There you go. 1, 2, 3.
Kurt Kelly also was part of that class, 46 game warden class. And in January of 2000, after graduating, he was assigned to Wood County. Kurt has made his career in Wood County. During this time, he has made many unique cases and earned many recognitions. Among these accomplishments are 2 director's citations, 2015 Officer of the Year for the Association of Midwest Fish and Game Law Enforcement, and 2017 Outstanding Team Award for the TPWD Critical Incident Response Team. Kurt has been part of the Critical Incident Response Team for over 15 years and currently serves as the team lead for peer support for the east side of Texas. Kurt also holds many certifications obtained throughout his career. With 25 years of service, Kurt Kelly.
Scroll all the way back behind that. Perfect. All right, very good. Okay, here we go. 1, 3. 1, 2, and one more.
Kurt Perminer began his career with the department also in that class, 46 Texas Game Warden class in 1999. And upon graduation, Kirk was spent his 25-year career at his original duty station in Rusk County. He is a Texas Commission on Law Enforcement instructor and simunitions instructor. He served as a field training officer and was field training officer program coordinator for Region 3. He was also a cadet mentor for the Game Warden Training Academy. One of the highlights of his career was being among the 53 Texas game wardens deployed when Hurricane Katrina struck Louisiana, the first time Texas game wardens were ever deployed for disaster relief outside of the state. With 25 years of service, Kirk Perminer.
Here we go. Can you lean up forward, please? A little bit more. There you go. You got 1, 2. Perfect. Thank you.
Captain Brandy Reeder began her career with that same class. After receiving an assignment to Aransas County upon completion of graduation, and in 2012, she was promoted to the position of Fisheries Law Enforcement Administrator at Austin headquarters. She embraced the opportunity to influence positive change for the department, division, and public with progress in fisheries law enforcement and policy because of her work in conjunction with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission, Texas Legislature, Gulf States Commission, and other national committees. In 2018, Brandy returned to the field as the Region 4 District 1 captain overseeing Fort Bend, Brazoria, Matagorda, and Wharton counties. Over the course of her tenure, she developed a women's outreach initiative called Women in the Wild, educating over 500 women during her 10-year period in her efforts to inspire women to engage in the outdoors. Brandy's leadership in this initiative earned her a director's citation in 2011 for her dedication to outreach and education, while her quick and decisive action in the rescue of a distressed kayaker was recognized with a life-saving award in 2013. Additionally, Brandy has served Boy Scouts of America in both Cub Scouts and Troop, and most recently leading Scouts on a high-adventure treks, mentoring young leaders in challenging environments. Currently, Brandy serves as director of the Katy Duster Sportsman's Club, a competitive youth shooting club, furthering her commitment to recruiting and developing youth in the outdoors. With 25 years of service, Brandy Reeder.
All right, there you go. Not so big up front. 1, 2. Thanks, Brady. 1, 2, and excellent. Thank you.
Derek Spitzer began his career with the department with that 46 class, and in January was stationed in Harris County after he graduated. Derek has taught waterfowl identification and law to game warden and state park police cadets since 2000 at the Texas Game Warden Training Center. In 2008, Derek transferred to Wood County, where he would stay. In 2014, he was a recipient of the Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency's Texas Game Warden of the Year. And in 2020, he was promoted to captain in Region 3, the Tyler District Office. During his career, Derek was a founding member of the Texas Game Warden Dive Team, serving as a public safety diver and dive instructor. With 25 years of service, Derek Spitzer. Matt Thompson was part of that 46 Game Warden class, and after graduating from the academy, Thompson was then assigned to Hardeman and Ford counties in northwest Texas, where he is still currently stationed. In 2007, he received the National Boating Safety Officer of the Year, and in 2012, he was the National Wild Turkey Federation Officer of the Year. In 2020, he became the first ever Texas Game Warden of the Year. Warden Thompson is extremely active in communities he patrols. His goal is conservation for future generations, as he holds one of the largest kid fish events in the state since its inception in 2001. Community service is a passion for Matt, and exemplified by his rapport with all the citizens that he serves. With 25 years of service, Matt Thompson. Oh, boy. Steve Stapleton. Steve began his career with that class, and upon graduation, he was stationed in Van Zandt County. Throughout his tenure, Steve has had an instrumental hand in many facets of the department and law enforcement division, from being an original member of the peer support team, law enforcement strategic planning committee member, academy training, and TV show called Lone Star Law. In 2006, Steve was named Texas Midwest Game Warden of the Year, as he has received multiple director citations for his efforts involving disasters, rescues, and investigations. In 2014, he was promoted to captain in Region 2, District 1. He is a recent graduate of the Governor's Center for Management Development Program and TPWD's Senior Leadership Development Program. Steve is married to the love of his life, Denise. They have 2 kids, Garrett and Lana, and his son Garrett is currently in the 67th Game Warden Academy class. With 25 years of service, Steve Stapleton.
Squeaky ball. Go.
Next, we would like to recognize Brenda Inigas. Began her career with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department in October 1st, 1999 in our State Parks Division. Through her high school years, she worked as a seasonal employee at the Belmarray State Park, assisting in housekeeping, which then transferred to assisting in office operations. She has worked her entire career at that state park. During her tenure as office manager, she contributed to maintaining exceptional office operations, and in 2017, with almost $1 million in income and over 163,000 visitors to that state park, it was a badge of honor when her office received a no findings from internal audit. In 2023, she reached a long-term goal set at the beginning of the fiscal year to sell over 100,000 in concession sales in a 12 by 12-foot store, which she surpassed her goals, and she received the Texans for State Parks Outstanding Staff Award. Brenda has remained a pillar of strength, upholding our agency's core values with unwavering integrity. She consistently strives for excellence, both in her individual performance and in management of her team. Her leadership is marked by honor, respect, and genuine concern for well-being of citizens, guests, and fellow employees. And every time I visit Balmorhea, she's very courteous and lets me in the park. Congratulations.
All right, here we go. On three, 1, 2, and one more.
Heidi Bailey began her career with the department in 1999 as a wildlife technician in the Post Oak Savannah District of East Texas. As a technician based out of the Tyler District Office, Heidi split time between assisting with management activities in Old Sabine Bottom, Keechee Creek Wildlife Management Area, and regulatory duties as well. In 2001, she completed several master's level wildlife courses and promoted to wildlife biologist for counties in the mid-Post Oak Savannah District. Since that time, she has assisted landowners and hunters with wildlife and habitat management on over 122,000 acres of private land, focusing on prescribed burning, native prairie restoration, and timber management. Heidi has also been instrumental in facilitating the department's acquisition of a future 400-acre district demonstration area in Henderson County. She has been actively involved with wild turkey restoration efforts in East Texas for many years. Heidi has a soft spot for adult onset hunters and considers developing and implementing the annual Purtis Creek Waterfowl Workshop and mentored hunts one of the highlights of her career. Heidi has been personally responsible for introducing over 250 newcomers to the sport of waterfowl hunting. Other passions within the job include assisting with becoming an outdoors woman program and teaching wild game cooking classes, wildlife tracking, conducting prescribed burns, that's a fun one, and native prairie restoration. With 25 years of service, Heidi Bailey.
All right, here we go. On three, 1, 2, and 3, one more.
Nathan Kuhn began his career with the department in 1999 as a wetland biologist in the Resource Protection Division. In early 2004, he was moved into Coastal Fisheries Division. During his time, Resource Protection and Coastal Fisheries, he took on the role of Ecosystem Resource Program Austin Team Leader. Authored the Sabine Lake Freshwater Inflows Recommendation Report, coordinated and led a Texas Seagrass Symposium in 2009, resulting in a 10-year review and update to the Texas Seagrass Conservation Plan. Founded and led several interagency work groups for Keith Lake Fish Pass, statewide seagrass monitoring, and Salt Bayou marsh restoration. And also restarted and led a department interdivisional statistics and experimental design work group for agency staff for many years. In 2017, he took a position in the Wildlife Division as their research and technical programs coordinator. In this role, he restructured the department's wildlife research grants program to more strategically identify needed wildlife research projects and continues to oversee that program, which funds $1 to $2 million of competitive wildlife research grants each year. With 25 years of service, Nathan Kuhn. Next, we'd like to recognize Crisela Rodriguez, who began her career with the department in October of 2004, as clerk fee collector and coffee bar attendant at the Benson Rio Grande Valley State Park. In this role, she supported the park store manager. In March of 2005, her dedication to excellent customer service, creativity in displaying merchandise, and commitment to maintaining a beautiful park store led her to a promotion of Clerk 1. In 2010, Crisela earned a full-time position as Clerk 2 due to consistently demonstrating high productivity and exceptional service. In 2014, she was reclassified as Customer Service Representative 1 for her customer service proactive approach to tasks such as assisting with purchase orders for park store merchandise and her willingness to assist others. With 20 years of service, Crisela Rodriguez. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Well, it's always the highlight of the meeting to see the service awards, the retirement awards, the K-9 awards. And simply, I'd like to say from, I know all the commissioners here, thank you for, as an employee, you don't hear that very often, I don't think. But from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. You guys are committed, engaged, and it is an honor to be a part of an organization that's got so many high-quality people that seem so engaged and enthused with zeal. So thank you very much. One more hand for them. And a particular note, Brenda, $100,000 of sales out of a 12-by-12 storage facility. When you retire, come see me. I'll hire you. Wow, that's fantastic.
Wait a minute, Chairman.
Yeah, I said when she retires. All right. Thank you all for coming. Great day. We very much appreciate it. At this time, I'd like to inform the audience that everyone is welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting. However, if anyone wishes to leave, now would be an appropriate time to do so. Thank you again. Okay, all right. All right, let's get started. We got a lot to do. So, action item number 1, request to exceed capital budget transfer limitations. Mr. Reggie Pegues, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Reggie Pegues, Chief Financial Officer for TPWD. This morning, I'll be presenting a request to exceed capital budget transfer limitations. To recap my presentation yesterday, this is a request to exceed capital budget transfer limitations of 25% to allow TPWD to purchase additional body armor vests for game wardens and state police. The General Appropriation Act requires the following steps: commission approval and then approval from the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office. The justification for this request is that the ballistic body armor in both divisions has expired and the pricing has increased significantly over the last 5 years. This specific type of armor is known as multi-hit rifle protection and will provide the best protection during high-risk situations for law enforcement, such as active shooter and border operations. Following is a breakout as shown in your Exhibit A. The split would be $831,000 out of Fund 9, the Game Fish and Water Safety, for game wardens to purchase 365 vests, and $319,000 out of sporting goods sales tax for state parks police officers to purchase 140 vests, for a total cost of $1.1 million. As of last night, there was one public comment and disagreement. The disagreement related to capital land acquisition and was not relevant to this particular item. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission approves the capital budget items as reflected in Exhibit A and requests approval from the Legislative Budget Board and the Office of the Governor to exceed the 25% transfer limitation on capital budget expenditures. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Pegues? I've got a question that you probably won't be able to answer it. Is the body armor, is it the steel plates or is it the Kevlar style? I'm just curious. Any of the game wardens? No? David, do you know? Okay. All right. Well, just we'll figure that out and answer out later. Okay. Is there a motion for approval? Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Action item number 2, local park grants funding. Request approval of proposed funding recommendations. Mr. Dan Reese, please make your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. My name is Dan Reese, and I'm the Local Park Grants Program Manager within the Recreation Grants Branch in the State Parks Division. I'm here to present funding recommendations for 50 new local park grants. Funding from a portion of the state sporting goods sales tax combines with federal offshore oil and gas royalties to provide matching grants to eligible local units of government for the acquisition, renovation, and new development of public parkland. For available funding this year, we have just under $11 million available from the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund. Within the Texas Large County and Municipality Recreation and Parks account, we have just over $9.2 million available. And within the Texas Recreation and Parks account, we have just over $10.7 million in total available grant funding. Additionally, staff anticipates that we may receive additional funding that could be applied to local park grants this fiscal year. For the current grant cycle, we offered all 5 of our grant programs. Eligibility for these programs is based on project scope and population of the applying entity. For all jurisdictions with a population of 500,000 or more, we offer both the urban outdoor and urban indoor recreation program. For communities with a population of less than 500,000, we offer the non-urban indoor and non-urban outdoor programs. And for all jurisdictions with a population under 20,000, we offer the small community program. As of August 1st of 2024, we received a total of 103 applications from eligible entities requesting just under $59 million in matching fund assistance. Of the 25 total comments received on the website, 23 or 92% agreed completely with this morning's funding recommendations. Exhibits A through E rank the projects in descending order based on each grant program's scoring criteria. This criteria was adopted by the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission on August 22nd, 2019. We have two motions before you this morning. Motion 1, funding for projects listed in Exhibits A through E in the amount of $30,929,771 is approved. Motion 2, funding for projects listed in Exhibits A through E is approved and the amount of additional funding that is made available in the current fiscal year. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, we've got, any questions from the commissioners? We've got multiple folks signed up. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And so I would ask if you guys would kind of line up so we could move through this fairly quickly. I'll tell you the names and just line up in that order. James Flores, Christine Bryant, Mary Ross, Anna Weiss, David Garza, Joe Vega, Kathy Nelson. We'll stop there. Okay, great. Mr. Flores.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Commissioners. My name is James Flores. I'm the Director of Economic Development for Webb County. And I want to speak in favor of the application that we submitted that's currently being recommended under this item. It is a non-urban outdoor recreation project in which we're proposing to construct 3 splash pads in different parts of rural Webb County. This project will benefit residents who are low income, actually very low income and minority, and underprivileged. So this is a great project, and this is going to be, God willing, another project, one of many projects over the last decades that we've done with Parks and Wildlife that has had a significant impact in Webb County. We thank you for the past projects and for this project that's before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bryant.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair. For the record, my name is Christine Bryant. I am the CEO of Vision Galveston, a community building nonprofit. CEO also stands for Chief Executive Optimist. We are very optimistic that you will enjoy supporting our amazing park program called Jones Park. The City of Galveston representatives could not be here today. They're actually doing what you're doing right now. They're sitting in a never-ending workshop, listening to lots of public comment as well. So sorry they couldn't be here, but we are honored to be here to represent the City of Galveston. A little bit about Vision Galveston. We're a community building nonprofit designed to connect the wishes of Galvestonians to the resources that make things happen. And Jones Park is one of those wishes. This is a park that's been inundated with flooding and is absolutely not usable for any of the 2,000 kiddos that live around that park. So Vision Galveston has invested significant time and money in water engineering to create a nature-based solution park using bioswales and bioretention. And it is the first time in Galveston this technology will be used, but of course, it's not the first time it's being used in the state of Texas. I've told city leadership this isn't innovative, it's just new to the island. So we appreciate you standing in favor of our proposal. I also want to thank the TPW team, led by Dan, who have been very supportive and very encouraging in this process. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Ross.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm here in support of the project that Vision Galveston that Christine has just mentioned. I'm the president of the Better Parks for Galveston, and we work in collaboration with Vision Galveston and the City of Galveston to make sure that we can make things like Jones Park a park again and make it happen. Within a 1-mile radius, there's 2,000 children that live there. It's 2 blocks away from Parker Elementary. Currently, I drive by there daily. I'm a resident of Galveston and have been a resident for the last 20 years. And it's just sad to see a park just sitting there, not filled with children. So we appreciate your support in this project and making it happen, because this will help mitigate the flooding issues that are occurring right now in that park. And once we can mitigate that, then we can make it a park again and fill it up with our residents and children. So we appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where is Jones Park in Galveston?
It's on 71st and Jones Road, which is the road that goes to Moody Gardens.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's got all the baseball fields and soccer fields.
Yes, it goes towards that direction. It's before you get there to.
By the
it's
airport.
Before, yes, but
Yep.
yeah, before Moody Gardens, as you turn off of 61st Street, it's, the road splits to Stewart Road and Jones Road, and it's just like a couple of blocks from that
Got it.
intersection.
Understand. I know exactly where it
Yeah,
is. All right,
thank
thanks
you.
very much. Okay. Anna Weiss.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Anna Weiss, and I'm the Director of Green Galveston Initiatives with Vision Galveston, and I'd like to speak in favor of our project, Jones Park. We work closely with the city, as has been mentioned, on the parks, and I actually helped the city put together this grant, and so I do first also want to thank Kara Escajeda, Dan Reese, and Kelly Norded for being so helpful in putting this together. Jones Park is really important. This is something that the city has wanted to see for many, many years, that our residents want to see. Jones Park becomes Jones Swimming Pool anytime it rains. And so in addition to the environmental impacts of the stormwater, you can't actually go out and play until it dries up, which can be days or weeks. And this destroys equipment. It's really not good for the park. It's not good for the community that wants to use this place so badly. And so by funding the stormwater mitigation and our nature-based solutions with these funds, we can build a friendly park, a park that's friendly to the environment and maximally serves our community and provides a benefit as well, because we can teach our community about the benefits of green infrastructure. As Christine mentioned, this is one of the first times it's being used on the island, and so this is a really excellent chance for us to show just how much this can work for our island. We're so grateful to hopefully be able to bring this much needed funding to our island community and rehabilitate this important community asset, and we look forward to working with TPWD through this process. On behalf of the City of Galveston and our residents, I would like to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. David Garza.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. How are you all doing today? Doc, good to see you all. I'm David A. Garza, Cameron County Commissioner, Precinct 3. It's a pleasure to be here, a little bit different than the circumstances were in March of last year when I visited you the last time. But it's great to be here and today to thank you and your staff for having us on the list to be recommended that hopefully you will be acting on shortly. And I would like to briefly mention 2 projects to you that are on that list. One is the Laguna Madre Nature Center. It is a project in a colonia between the cities of Laguna Vista and Port Isabel. It is being recommended for funding as a non-urban indoor recreational grant. And what we are attempting to do there is create a center that will showcase the ecological importance of the lower Laguna Madre to our area, that would foster conservation practices and also safeguard the long-term health of that ecosystem of our region, which is critically important economically and environmentally to us. The design of this nature center will include classrooms, exhibit areas, and of course, breathtaking views of the lower Laguna Madre. It'll be fully accessible. It'll be welcoming to visitors of all ages and abilities. And we're going to, in it, make sure that we create sustainable features for that particular project that align with the region's commitment to the conservation and water quality that is undergoing there now. Also, we would like to use this as a complement to the South Texas Ecotourism Center, which is down the road, and create a corridor between both of them so that one visit to each place would give you totally different perspectives of what exists down there in our area. So thank you for that one. We're also here today on a second project that is on your list, which is a Laureles Regional Park, which is being recommended for funding on the non-urban outdoor recreation program. This particular area is between the cities of San Benito and Los Fresnos. It's one large colonia that exists there. It's a 24-acre park that was built with your help in 2010 and now will be enhanced with this particular grant with more amenities and more opportunities for outdoor recreation for the kids in this area. Since its development, it's become a hub for children and for adults and for families. And we want to make sure now to include a nature trail with native vegetation. We want to also be more inclusive with a playground that will accept all abilities to use, and rain catchment systems so that we can use rainwater, which is very scarce in our area, and also the addition of a fitness exercise court, family picnic area, and do a lot of new directional downward lighting for the parks and the baseball fields. So we thank you in advance. A special thanks to all of you, especially your staff that have always been great to us in understanding what our needs are. And of course, I want to thank Commissioners Court for always stepping up to the plate and coming up with the matches for all these projects.
You bet.
So thank you so much. We look forward to many more projects. We look forward, Doc, for that connectivity between the Ecotourism Center and this park, because we want to create a corridor there that would be unlike any in the state of Texas.
Great. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. All right.
Commissioner, excuse me just a second.
I'm sorry.
Good to see you again. You've been coming here a long time because I've been here
Yes,
a
sir.
long time. And
24 years, sir.
yeah, I've been here 14. But I just wanted to tell you, y'all do an awfully good job down in y'all's neck of the woods. Just keep it up because we enjoy helping y'all.
Well, thank you so much. I know you came down and had a meeting down there one time a number of years ago, and that invitation is always open. You could have the meeting at the Ecotourism Center that you partly funded. There's no charge for utilizing that room. We'd be more than happy to have you there, and we'd do anything to accommodate you, okay? And I'm
Joe,
sure
we
want the heads
appreciate
up
the
beds and stuff.
complimentary room, so thank you.
Well, we could probably arrange something.
Thank
because
you.
The number of folks from Cameron County and my precinct today in this room that are recipients of your efforts, you'll hear from in shortly, are numerous. We all want everyone to succeed and do well. So
Thank you, Joe, very much.
Tell your husband hello for me.
All right, Kathy Nelson. Norma Sepulveda? No? All right, so we've got,
We have Joe Vega up next, Chairman.
oh, I apologize. Okay, Joe Vega, my apologies. That was David Garza. I'm sorry, David. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Chairman, members of the Commission, Dr. Yoskowicz, and staff. My name is Joe Vega. I'm the Parks Director from Cameron County, and on behalf of our County Judge Eddie Trevino Jr., the Cameron County Commissioners Court, and our County Administrator, Mr. Pete Sepulveda Jr., we're here to thank you for the support on two grant applications that are getting recommended for funding today. As Commissioner Garza just said, one of the projects is the Laguna Madre Nature Center, and the other one is the Laureles, improvements to the Laureles Regional Park. But we also want to thank you for the wonderful partnership that we have with Texas Parks and Wildlife. In the last several years, over $28 million in quality of life improvements have been done in Cameron County, and that's with the partnership of Texas Parks and Wildlife. Just to name a few, the South Texas Ecotourism Center, the Olmito Nature Park, the new improvements that we're fixing to do at Bejarano McFarland Park, the new groundbreaking that we're fixing to do at Santa Maria, a new recreational park at Santa Maria, improvements to the boat ramp at Adolph Tomei Park, the new mountain bike trail at the Pedro Pete Benavides Park. I could stand here and talk and continue talking if you want me to, but many park improvements and new parks have been constructed in Cameron County, and that's with the partnership of Texas Parks and Wildlife. Without your partnership, it will be impossible to do these projects. We thank you on behalf of Cameron County. God bless Texas, and God bless America. And before, I also want to thank Dan Rees and Dana Lagarde and their staff. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dana. You have a staff that is second to none. Now I can say, God bless Texas, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right. Kathy Nelson.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I just wanted to express, I'm with the City of Grapevine Parks and Recreation Department, and on behalf of the City of Grapevine, I just wanted to express our gratitude for the local parks grant funding program. And without the funding from this program, many of the wonderful parks that are before you today, as you know, would not be realized. Including Settlers Park, that is also before you. More so, we appreciate the legitimacy that this program brings to the provision of public parkland and outdoor recreation opportunities to these local communities. Without your partnership and expertise, it really does add another level of importance and to these types of projects for our communities. And without your support and without your expertise, we just wouldn't have as much support as we do. And so we do thank you for adding that extra level of legitimacy that you provide to all of the local communities here in the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Norma Sepulveda.
That was perfect. Good morning, Chair Hildebrand and esteemed members of the Commission. I am Norma Sepulveda. I'm the mayor of the great city of Harlingen. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you for considering the non-urban indoor grant funding for my community. This is for a Harlingen recreational center. This project represents a significant advancement for our community, addressing a long-standing need for a dedicated indoor recreation space. If you've been to South Texas, you'll know that we have some brutal summers, and it is impossible for our community to really fully experience the outdoors like they can in the rest of the state of Texas, and so this indoor space is something essential for our community. This new facility will provide opportunities for people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities to participate in a variety of activities, from basketball and pickleball to fitness classes, cooking workshops, nutrition classes, and community events. Moreover, it will provide families and individuals with a safe and comfortable place to enjoy recreational activities regardless of the time of the day or weather conditions. This center also has the potential to make a substantial impact on public health. In the Rio Grande Valley, where 75% of the population is overweight and 40% is classified as clinically obese, this facility will promote healthier lifestyles and help reduce the risk of chronic illnesses such as diabetes. It will also provide a space that supports mental health by fostering connections, reducing stress, and promoting physical activity. Your decision today is not merely an investment in infrastructure. It's an investment in the well-being and future of my community. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and for helping bring this vision to life for our city. We're excited to see the very first ever community recreational center become a hub for recreation, wellness, and connection. I also want to take a moment, I don't know if she's still here, but Representative Lopez from our district, we want to thank her for her unwavering support to our community and for supporting this project. And most importantly, I want to thank you all for your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, we've got, let's line up several more and we'll finish up. Stacy Miller, Judge John Paul Schuster, Travis Hughes, Justin Parker, Brandon Knapp, Megan Dean, Richard Zavala, Janie Lopez, and Jared Hockema. Ms. Miller.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Hello, my name is Stacy Miller. I'm the City Manager for Stinnett. If you're not familiar with our location, we are 45 minutes north of Amarillo. Our city's population is around 1,500. I was born and raised in this town, and our city park has always been put on the back burner. The last time it was updated was 24 years ago. So with the help of the PRPC and guiding us in this process of writing our first ever park grant, we would love for you to consider this opportunity for our small community. Thank you all very much for your service.
Great, thank you very much. Judge John Paul Schuster.
I just have to do this. Howdy.
Howdy.
All right, I am Judge John Paul Schuster, Kenny County, Brackettville. As you know, we're a border county, have 16 miles of the river. But let me just tell you, I'm here today on behalf of the kiddos and the youth in our community and our county to say thank you for your opportunity to speak to you, but to say thank you for your support. Over the years, we got a splash pad last year with the help of a grant, which is a huge deal for our youth and our community. I can't stress to you enough the importance of, I'm a youth guy, former ag teacher, high school principal. I'm getting a little shook up, but oh. Our baseball complex, it's not regulated, not regulation size, built in 1957. All of our commissioners played on it when they were kiddos. I'm in my first term, so I have to say kudos to the previous Judge Shahan and the commissioners for starting this process and our grant writers. This is going to be huge to our community. It's going to be beneficial not only for our youth going into high school, who the school has facilities obviously, but it'll give a great resource and great opportunity for our kiddos to not only learn and develop, but also grow and mature. And that's something huge that we have to look into and continue to push and strive to help and protect as our youth, our leaders for tomorrow. Our facility, we're looking to build 2 fields with the money and a concession stand and so forth like that. Multi-purpose concession stand where it can be used for fundraisers and benefits for the community. And also a walking trail around the complete complex. Also, we'd like to consider, and we're looking into, using artificial turf to help resource our water sources out there, help protect our springs and so forth like that. So this is a huge opportunity for our county. I moved there in 1993, and it's where my kids went to school and graduated and stuff, and they played on the field as well. And I even coached a little bit and umpired some. We've all been there and done that. Small town, you get to do it all sometimes. But on behalf of our county and our residents and our commissioners, thank y'all so much for your support. Thank you for your time. Mr. Reese, we're ready to roll our sleeves up and get to work. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, on behalf of Kenny County, thank y'all.
Thank you, Judge. How's the border these days?
Is this thing, can you turn this thing off?
Has it gotten better since Monday?
Yes, sir. Just the morale of everybody, law enforcement, border patrolmen, and everything. We have been fairly quiet. We did have some temporary checkpoints set up, so that helped with our highway traffic tremendously. Our brush traffic is starting to pick back up again and everything like that. I live 24 miles straight from the border and stuff, and we see it not as often as we used to. The bailouts and stuff. The sad thing is our community stays on lockdown. Our schools are on lockdown still. The courthouse is still on lockdown. So we're still living it, still having to deal with it. We do see the light at the end of the tunnel. It took us time to get here. It's going to take us time to get out of this, but we're appreciative of what we have to look forward to.
Yep. Nice thing for Texas Parks and Wildlife is our game wardens are no longer have to be deployed to the border and can actually
Stay home and do their
stay home and do their job. So we're excited
Stay with
about
their
that.
families, you know,
Right,
stay home with
exactly.
their-
All right, thank you, Judge, for what you do. Appreciate it. Travis Hughes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Travis Hughes. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Lockhart, and here to speak in support of our new aquatics facility that is long overdue. The City of Lockhart has one swimming pool. It was built in 1973. During the summer, every day I cross my fingers that it's still operational when I walk in the door. So this is a long-awaited project. It's been in the making for 3 years. As you're aware, small communities around the Austin area are growing rapidly. Some would say maybe a little too rapidly. And so financial resources are scarce, to say the least, as we're trying to maintain our infrastructures as we grow rapidly. So without your financial support, this probably wouldn't be happening. So I want to thank you very much for that. I've been operating aquatics programs for over 25 years, and oftentimes have to shoehorn a program into a pool that doesn't really accommodate it properly. So we're designing this pool to accommodate learn to swim programs, aquatics fitness programs, competitive swimming and diving, as well as leisure activities and events. So this will serve the community at large, as well as the school district. So I want to thank you very much for your support.
Great. Thank you very much. Justin Parker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I come here today to speak on behalf of our grant application for an inclusive playground and fully accessible park in Esca Park in Spearman. Spearman is a town about 100 miles north of Amarillo, in a county of about 5,000 people, which we as county seat have about 3,100. So very small, very rural. Our closest neighbors are about 15 minutes away. That's as close as anyone gets. This park is incredibly important to us. It is. I was able to rally, I don't know how many community members behind this one. I just mentioned this idea, and I think we ended up with 200-300 letters of support within a week. That's quite a feat for a small community like ours. This inclusive playground is the first piece of a puzzle for this park to make it fully accessible for everyone. It sits a block from our hospital, physical therapy offices, nursing home, and our elementary school. Very, I can't even, sorry, I'm getting a little flustered on how important this is to our community. When I had this idea, I've had it in an idea book I've had for a long time, but I went and spoke to a group of 4-H kids doing a robotics project, and they asked about inclusive playground and how they would go about getting that put in front of city council, in front of the school board, anything like that. And I said, when you're ready, you call me, we'll go get it done. I'll get you in front of them whenever you're ready. I took that back and I visited with my mayor, and I said, I've had this in my little book for a while, and I said, I think we have traction. And he agreed, and so we ran with it. I met with Dan and some staff and pitched this idea to them, and they said, that's a great idea. When you have the kids that want it, and because they cared that their friends that are, in wheelchairs and things like that couldn't get on the equipment to play with them. And I was like, we've got the traction, now's the time. I said, this opportunity came to us, and I was like, well, I'm going to go meet with them. We're going to go find out how we can do this and get this done. And nothing in my entire life or career has topped the moment to be here to speak with you and speak on behalf of this project. This means so much to our community and the communities around us that nobody has an inclusive playground and fully accessible park near us. Like I said, our neighbors, everybody's 30 minutes from everybody up there. This is going to benefit multiple counties.
Fantastic. Great. Thanks so much.
Right, thank you.
It's great to hear those stories. Brandon Knapp.
Chairman and Commissioners, I've traveled more than 500 miles to come see you guys today. We're 110 miles north of Amarillo. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Perryton. I've come here because I wanted you guys to know how much this Small Communities Grant means to the people of Perryton. On June 16th, 2023, an EF3 tornado hit our town. It destroyed more than 400 buildings. It's a town of 8,000 to 9,000 people. It was a pretty significant event for us. We're still repairing and cleaning up what happened during that event to this day. The tornado went directly through one of our parks in town, Murphy Park, destroyed nearly all the equipment that was in that park. It was a popular place for kids to come play baseball and soccer. There was play equipment. They were all destroyed. There's so much community investment in this project that 100% of the matching funds for this was from donations from the community. This grant funding is going to be crucial to rebuilding this park, and this is only the first phase. Continued funding from grants is going to be needed to put this destroyed park back together and have it be the gathering place of the community again. This grant, this step, we're looking at rebuilding the baseball field and the soccer field. So we really greatly appreciate the support of the commission on this.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know what we ought to do just in the future is have these folks submit pictures of the park so the commissioners can understand a little bit more about what we're doing here, because this is, I think, my favorite part of serving on this board is helping communities like yours. But that would be great when the speaker comes. We show the picture and we get a full understanding of the park and what good we're doing. So, yeah, it'd be great. All right, thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
Megan Dean.
Good morning. My name is Megan Dean, and I'm with the Fort Worth Zoo. We are thrilled to be recommended for the TPWD Urban Indoor Local Parks Grant for the reformation of the Hall of Wonders as the next phase of our Texas Wild renovation. This grant not only will enable us to complete the much-needed work on this building, but it serves as validation for our conservation concepts shared throughout all of Texas Wild. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department was an integral partner in the development of the critical conservation messages that have been shared in the Hall of Wonders for almost 25 years. At the hub of conservation education at the zoo, the building has been well explored and well loved by more than 20 million visitors. And while the conservation philosophies have not changed, we know that children's learning behaviors and patterns have evolved in the digital age. This generous grant will enable us to update and elevate the guest experience, and we look forward to continuing our long-standing partnership with TPWD to create an engaging and exciting educational space for all to enjoy at the Fort Worth Zoo. Thank you so much.
Megan. Richard Zavala.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Richard Zavala, City of Fort Worth. A special hello to Commissioner Patton. I noticed that he wrote down when he heard about the Kenny baseball field, he was making sure a scout went out there and checked out what kind of development we have. And I also want to give a shout out to Commissioner Bell, who's leading our Urban Outdoor Advisory Committee, and he's a taskmaster on that, and I've enjoyed serving on that. The grant is for a 67-acre park. It's sitting in reserve. Policy enabled us to purchase this land because of our park dedication policy. And we put bond funds to it, $3 million. And with dedication fees and this grant of $1.5 million, you're leveraging against that $3.5 million locally. And I want to talk about that because the end of March, after 45 years in this field and 33 in the city of Fort Worth, I'm going to unsaddle the horse. And I will be done as Park and Recreation Director. What we do in Fort Worth involves you and involves all these people that are before you today. In the last 15 years, we have achieved $15 million in local park fund grants. That has been leveraged with $50 million of local funding. So you've invested $66 million in the city of Fort Worth in the last 15 years. And what's important to understand is we're fulfilling our duty to those that preceded us. I've seen different commissioners up here. I've seen different park directors, everything else. But I have a duty to continue what they started and preserve it and grow it and for the present. And it also sets an obligation to those that follow. People I'm not even going to know. They're not even going to know who I was. But you know what? They went to Oak Grove Park and they had a good time. And they renewed their life. They recreated their life, which is really the basis of recreation, recreating lives. So it was a drive for me down here this morning, and it's a reflection time for me I hope you can understand that. But what we do and what these people do is so important to those local communities, and we are on the cusp, really, of that awareness after COVID and everything else. It's important to have open space. It's important to do wildlife classes. It's important to get all cultures and all communities to utilize our parks and get involved. That's our duty. That's your duty to do that. And I will say this, finally, the people of this country, the people of this state, realize that on the third day, he created parks. Thank you very much.
Great. Richard, thanks for your service. Unsaddling the horse. I like that. Janie, State Rep Janie Lopez. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, staff, Director Dan Reese. Thank you all so much for all the support that you do for our parks and wildlife. I'm just here in gratitude today in support of all the financial commitments that you all make to our local communities in South Texas. And of course, we get to vote on it, right? So the support, I'm here in support of the projects that we have in Cameron County and District 37, any projects for Willacy County as well. The investment that y'all are making in our communities is to preserve and expand our beautiful green spaces that we have in South Texas. And I'm excited for that because this provides that opportunity for our families to go out there and have fun, you know, in these outdoor recreational areas and improve their health. You heard that we have high diabetes rates, we have high heart disease rates, and this means that our families will get healthier. They'll get to go out there and enjoy family activities with the children and make memories with the children also and instill that love for nature as well. So I am just here, you know, to support our projects and thank you all for those opportunities that you're bringing, not only to our families' well-being, but also to bring more jobs to the area, to bring that lasting impact that will be there for generations to come. So I thank you all so much for your support. Special thanks to all the hard work that you all are doing once again, and special thanks to my community members that are here today. I'm so proud of them because I tell them, if you don't apply, you don't get money, right? And there's a saying in Spanish that says, si no hablas, Dios no te oye, right? It's like, if you don't speak up, God won't hear you, and God has been hearing us. So thank you all so much. God bless you all for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, State Rep. All right, last, Jared Huck, Emma.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Jared Hockema, the City Manager for the City of Port Isabel. Thank you to Representative Lopez. She's our state rep, so I appreciate her advocacy. And, of course, we appreciate the legislature and this commission funding the indoor recreation grant. I think it's the first time since 2018, and as you've heard, it really is critical funding to our communities. You know, in our case, we're going to be adding a new gymnasium, adding classrooms to our existing youth centers. The first time in 30 years that facility's been renovated, so we're going to be able to incorporate sustainability, accessibility to that facility. And so, of course, also have the motif of bringing the outdoors in. As Commissioner Garza mentioned, he's our county commissioner. We are in a unique area in the Laguna Madre area. We have a beautiful ecosystem that's really improved and expanded, especially thanks to the stewardship of Texas Parks and Wildlife over these past few decades. And we want to make sure that our youth are aware of that and they understand the importance of that to our community. So in this case, we're going to be leveraging over $2 million of local funds into this project, perhaps more. We just completed another project, or we have another project underway where we took $1.5 million of your dollars and added over $4 million of local funds. And so we really appreciate the help that you've given us. This is going to be a great project for our youth, and it doesn't serve just the city of Port Isabel, but actually also our surrounding communities. The kids participate in after-school programs, summer programs, and then, of course, all the other benefits that accrue to the community. So thank you again for consideration. Thank you to the staff for the favorable funding recommendation that you gave us, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, any questions by the commissioners? Thank you all for who spoke today. Really heartwarming.
I do
Yes.
have a question, if I could just ask James to come up. James Flores from Webb County. And it's just for my clarification, because I see that we have a Webb County Colonia Splash Pads project, and we also have a Laredo Lomas del Sur Park Phase 1, but are those both being applied from Webb County?
No, ma'am.
No, they're separate?
Yes. That's-
Okay.
Webb County only applies for the rural areas,
Okay.
and the city of Laredo applies for the incorporated city of
For
Laredo.
the Lomas del Sur. I just wasn't sure because I've heard Commissioner Gonzalez talk about the Lomas del Sur, so. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
ma'am.
And with that said, Chairman, I would like to recuse myself only from the Webb County Colonia Splash Pads project because my husband is a Webb County Commissioner, County Commissioner for Precinct 3 in Webb County. But I would like to vote on the Laredo, which I am allowed to, so the Lomas del Sur Park.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Gallo. Duly noted. Any other questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman. I've had the opportunity to sit through a few of these now, and it just seems like they get better each time, and the stories that people tell on the help that's offered via this are just wonderful. And I've decided that there are several folks that work in Parks and Wildlife, and I think y'all probably have the opportunity to have some of the greatest jobs. But Dan, you and your team, you must get to feel really good whenever there's something going on like this. So just hats off and thank you for the work you do to coordinate with people.
All right, any other questions? I think we ought to organize a commissioner's field trip to the various local parks. That would be great. It really would be fantastic. Dan, I've got a question for you. Of the $31 million of funding, do you have any idea how much comes from the federal oil and gas royalty?
About a third of that.
About a third of it. Okay, so interesting. When we terminate offshore leasing, the unintended consequences of all of these things. I mean, this is essential money for all the great towns in the state of Texas. And so I'd like to note that. So $10 million of it comes from federal oil and gas royalties, correct?
Correct.
Good. How much over time do you think that we've received from the feds on royalties?
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars, all going to this state park program? Our local park program?
Portion for state park acquisition and development grants and a portion to local communities.
Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. As noted, Commissioner Gallo is going to recuse herself on those particular funding items. And then we've got motion 1, funding for projects listed in Exhibits A through E in the amount of $30,929,771 is approved. Is there a motion for approval?
Scott, so moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you all for coming. What a great program. Motion 2, funding for projects listed in Exhibits A through E is approved in the amount of additional funding that is made available in the current fiscal year. Is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Bell, so moved.
For a second?
Abel, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, great program. Action 3, item 3, rule review, recommended adoption of proposed changes, Chapter 53 Finance, Chapter 69 Resource Protection. Ms. Laura Carr, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioners. So I am here to present on the recommended adoption of proposed changes to Chapters 53 and 69 arising out of the rule review process. And I am an Assistant General Counsel in the Legal Division. As you have been hearing for a while now, we are coming to the conclusion of our rule review process, but as we've been undergoing that, we've been reviewing all of our rules to determine whether the reason for them continues to exist as is statutorily required for all state agencies. With this review, this was our second group of chapters in the Texas Administrative Code that we looked at. We looked at chapters 53, 59, and 69, and we are only proposing changes to chapters 53 and 69. This is the opportunity to make minor housekeeping type changes to our rules, and so as you'll see, this is really a cleanup process today. The first proposed change relates to one of the rules that references pronghorn antelope. We are proposing to change that to just pronghorn because pronghorn is not actually an antelope. And we have been trying to make this change over the years as the opportunity arises. Our next proposed change is to correct a numbering error in a current rule. It refers to 4 paragraphs where there are actually 3, so we will fix that. Our third proposed change relates to updating the names of endangered and threatened plants. So we are just proposing to update those names to reflect the correct scientific names. You'll see those proposed changes in yellow. That is the correct terminology. And then finally, we have a proposed change to update the name of the accrediting entity that is referenced in 2 of our rules. It's currently listed as the American Zoo and Aquarium Association. We will update that to the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. As of last night, we had received 12 total comments on this. 10 agreed, 2 disagreed specifically, but did not provide any sort of commentary. And we recommend that you adopt the following motion. We're adopting amendments to Texas Administrative Code Section 53.10 concerning license, permit, and boat and motor fees, Section 69.4 and 69.8 concerning endangered, threatened, and protective native plants, and Section 69.304 and 69.305 concerning scientific, educational, and zoological permits, as listed in Exhibits A through B, with changes as necessary to the proposed text that was published in the December 20th, 2024 issue of the Texas Register. And with that, I will take any questions.
Great, thank you. Any discussion by the commission? If not, is there a motion for approval? There's a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Action item number 4, Oyster Certificate of Location Rules, recommended adoption of proposed changes. Dr. Zach Olson, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Zach Olson. I'm the Ecosystem Resources Program Director for the Coastal Fisheries Division. Today, I'll be presenting proposed changes to the Oyster Certificate of Location program with a request to adopt the motion as published in the Texas Register. I'll start with a brief background of the Oyster Certificate of Location program as it currently exists. Then we'll move into a discussion of changes that were made to Parks and Wildlife Code by the 88th Texas Legislature, and then talk about the proposed changes to Texas Administrative Code with regard to the Certificate of Location program. We'll start with this quick program background. In essence, as they currently exist, oyster certificates of location are areas for private on-bottom oyster harvest. This has historically been associated with what's termed oyster transplants. That's when oysters are moved from health department restricted waters into approved or conditionally approved waters and allowed to depurate. That's a term we're going to come back to later in the presentation, but depurate is essentially a process of reducing pathogenic organisms that may be present in that shell stock for human consumption. That's historically been the use of COLs. However, modern COLs, or certificates of location, primarily rely on the placement of hard, clean culture material and then natural oyster settlement and growth. Holders then have sole rights to those oysters in their certificates of location. Currently, COLs only exist in Galveston Bay. There's 43 existing certificates of location. I'll show you that on the next slide. This takes up approximately 2,300 acres total. These range in size from 11 to 100 acres each. An annual Texas harvest from these certificates of location is about 9 to 36% of the total Texas harvest. What you're seeing here is a map of that central Galveston Bay region. These white polygons are the existing certificates of location. Again, these are all certificates of location for harvest. Some other program specifics related to the current program. There's a 100-acre maximum per certificate of location, a 15-year rental term, and various siting requirements such as avoiding natural oyster beds, shoreline buffers, other site-specific stipulations such as buffering between existing certificates of location. I'll also mention that there are multiple state, federal agencies that have authorities over various aspects of certificates of location, whether that's placement of materials on state-owned submerged land, land or actually placement of materials into the water, such as the Texas General Land Office, Army Corps of Engineers. I do want to recognize, I believe we have Mr. Tony Williams from the General Land Office here today. We've worked closely with his staff in conversations as we've been thinking about these certificates of location for restoration. So I want to recognize that and thank him and his staff for that, and we'll continue that dialogue moving forward. So now we'll move into a quick overview of the changes made to Parks and Wildlife Code by the 88th Texas Legislature. That was the legislature in 2023, and then talk about the proposed changes to Texas Administrative Code. So in essence, the 88th Texas Legislature modified Parks and Wildlife Code to allow for the use of certificates of location for restoration. The proposed changes then to Texas Administrative Code can be categorized into three buckets. Number one is mirroring Parks and Wildlife Code changes into Texas Administrative Code where that's relevant. Number two, changes needed for the administration of some of these new authorities relating to COLs for restoration. And lastly, just some general modernization to the Texas Administrative Code with regard to certificates of location. These are fairly independent of the changes to Parks and Wildlife Code. And we'll go into more detail on those in a second. So a brief overview of the Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 76, changes, and I'll move into more detail on each one of these bullet points. But an overview, there was a change to the natural oyster bed definition in Parks and Wildlife Code, a change for the allowance of siting certificates of location on degraded reef, removal of that term depuration from the COL renewal process, and then a section of Parks and Wildlife Code added that yields broad authority to the Commission for establishing a program of certificates of location for restoration purposes. We'll start with that change to Parks and Wildlife Code, that natural oyster bed definition. You can see both of the definitions on your screen there, but in essence, the main change here is that the previous definition relied solely on the presence of natural live oysters on a certain amount of area, while the current definition now opens that up to take into account live oysters and oyster shell and the predominance of those substrates. We'll talk a little bit more about the importance of this on the next slide, but in essence, that's a more ecologically accurate definition for an oyster bed. This next change is the allowance for siting COLs on degraded reef. Previously, a certificate of location could not be cited on a natural oyster bed, but now you can see that the department may subject a natural oyster bed to a certificate of location if it's deemed to be degraded, and then the Parks and Wildlife Code lays out several considerations, including the relative abundance of oysters, availability of culture material, sediment overburden, amount of time that area has been exhausted, and any other criteria indicative of a degraded oyster bed. So this, combined with that change to the natural oyster bed definition, the thinking there is it'll open up areas that will be of interest to restoration practitioners. Typically, when we're talking about restoring oyster beds, we're looking at historic oyster beds that are now degraded. And so the thinking here is it will open up more areas for certificates of location for that purpose. This next change to Parks and Wildlife Code is the removal of the consideration of depuration from COL renewal. So again, that's that process of reducing pathogenic organisms that may be present in shell stock. That was a historical use of certificates of location. That's not a common use of certificates of location today, and that certainly wouldn't be a consideration for certificates of location for restoration. So that consideration for depuration's been removed from that language. And then lastly, this was a section of Parks and Wildlife Code added that yields broad authority to the Commission to establish a program of certificates of location for restoration purposes. And the Commission may then establish fees, application requirements, lease terms, renewal requirements, total acreage, siting and marking requirements, and any other requirements necessary. It's notable that for certificates of location for harvest, many of those considerations are actually given in Parks and Wildlife Code, but here the Parks and Wildlife Code gives the authority to the Commission to set these things specifically for certificates of location for restoration. So now moving into the proposed revisions to Texas Administrative Code, these first three bullets are just areas that we propose to mirror Parks and Wildlife Code into Texas Administrative Code. That includes matching that natural oyster bed definition, adding general degraded reef language for siting, and removal of language relating to depuration from that COL renewal requirement. These next bucket of proposed changes are just areas that are needed for the administration of these new authorities, specifically for COLs for restoration. First, we propose to add language to differentiate two types of certificates of location, both for harvest and for restoration. So, namely done in two places. Number one, designating the purpose of a certificate of location from that application process as for restoration or for harvest. And then secondly, specifying no harvest would be allowed from certificates of location for restoration. What you're seeing here is proposals for restoration COL, a program for restoration COLs with regard to application fees, rental fees. I'll note that all of these mirror the existing program of COLs for harvest, with the exception of that rental fee. We are proposing that COLs for restoration have their rental fee waived, and the thinking here is that long-term restoration, oysters allowed in the water, will provide long-term ecosystem services such as water filtration, structural habitat, erosion protection in some instances, and also revenues won't be generated from the harvest of those oysters. But I'll go through these. Application renewal fee of $200, again, that rental fee being waived. Location term of 15 years. Maximum acreage per COL for restoration 100 acres, and we do envision a similar siting and application process for both. We are proposing a culch placement plan and a minimum use criteria for COLs. So the culch placement plan, which would essentially ask applicants to lay out their plans for placing culch materials, the types of materials, the frequency of placement, understanding that it can be difficult to predict those things across a long time horizon, but just trying to get an understanding of proposed activities. That'll be helpful for the siting process. And then secondly, we propose to add a minimum use criteria specifically for the restoration COLs. That's laid out in Texas Administrative Code, but essentially that would be a certain percentage of that culch placement plan to be completed within certain time intervals throughout the rental phase. And the purpose here is that if we give a certificate of location for restoration, we want to be sure that that recipient is in fact restoring that degraded bed and not allowing it to remain degraded. We also propose to modify language associated with public hearings associated with certificates of location. So there is a public hearing requirement for all certificates of location to get public input on user conflicts for a particular area of a certificate of location. As it's currently written, Texas Administrative Code primarily is instructing us to look at when that area was recently harvested, or the most recent time that area was harvested for oysters. But we want to open it up to include a broader array of public comments and concerns in the stated purpose of that certificate of location hearing. And then lastly, these are those proposed modernizations with regard to the certificate of location program as a whole. And these are fairly independent of the changes to Parks and Wildlife Code. So three main changes there. First, modernizing mapping requirements. This would really just allow for the use of modern handheld GPS in the application process of siting and identifying the location of proposed COLs. Modifying marking requirements. There still would be a marking requirement for all COLs, but we're simply proposing to remove a marking requirement that's currently on the books that was necessary during that application period. So we're removing that and just requiring marking in the final certificate of location. And then adding some new authorizations for non-harvest activities on certificates of location, including moving oysters from one location to another, emergency sampling to monitor conditions or mortality, and then emergency maintenance activities on those areas. We did conduct public hearings for these proposed rule changes. We conducted a virtual public hearing on January 6th, public hearing on January 7th in Rockport, and a Texas City public hearing on January 8th. As of last night, we had 31 total public comments, both online and also at our in-person public hearings. 65% agree, 16% neutral, 19% disagree. Those in support were primarily in support because this is offering a new opportunity for oyster restoration, and specifically an opportunity for long-term protection of restored sites, which can provide a lot of ecosystem services, such as, again, habitat, water filtration. Those in disagreement primarily were concerned with wanting more clarity on funding sources to be used on certificates of location for restoration. Multiple commenters were concerned over taking public reef, productive reef, out of the public reef fishery. We had one commenter disagreeing specifically with removing the requirement to publish a notice in a local newspaper for certificates of location. And we had several commenters that were concerned that certificates of location for harvest and for restoration would not be offered at the same time. Also a commenter wanting to see different rental fees for existing certificates of location for harvest to match those of restoration. We did receive letters from the Coastal Conservation Association, the Nature Conservancy, the Galveston Bay Foundation, all in support of these rule changes. And we presented these rule changes to the Oyster Advisory Committee and the Coastal Resource Advisory Committee, both of which were in support. So I'll go ahead and state the formal recommendation. Staff recommends that the commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission adopts amendments to 31 Texas Administrative Code 5811 and 5830 concerning the statewide oyster fishery proclamation with changes as necessary to the proposed text as published in December 20th, 2024 issue of the Texas Register. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Olson. Any questions for Dr. Olson? I've got one. If you'll go back to your slide, I believe 3, 4, 5, number of permits over the acreage and how much harvest. Keep going back. There you go. Okay. You've got 2,318 acres of COLs, basically 43 existing. And you're telling me that that represents 9 to 36% of the annual harvest?
Yes, sir.
So if we multiplied that by 5x, I'm saying, or 4x, so we'll say 25%. I'll take the midpoint of your 2. 4 times. Could we actually provide the full supply required for the Texas harvest?
By the numbers, yes, sir, that's correct. But I will say that there's a relatively small organizations involved in certificates of location for harvest, mainly because there's a lot of capital associated with that in terms of putting those culture materials out on their reefs and then waiting for those oysters to grow. So there's a lot of capital in moving that material onto the reef, those culture materials, and allowing those oysters to
I understand, but there's a revenue associated with that as well, so it's a real business, correct?
Correct, yes.
So, Dr. Yaskowitz, I would really press you hard on getting with staff and understanding how we can expand the COL system. I mean, this seems like an absolute straightforward answer while we're degrading our naturally occurring oyster reefs, and we've got the ability to create more COLs on a harvested, sustainable basis. Doesn't that make all the sense in the world?
Yes, sir. I'll also note that there's currently nothing that keeps individuals with certificates of location from also harvesting on the public reef, and that's
Understand.
Yes, that's correct.
But if we can incent people to farm more, clearly that's going to be beneficial to the ecosystem in the coastal bays, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's push that hard, Dr. Yaskowitz. Okay? All right, great, thank you. All right, we've got now several speakers. Let's see. Hold on. Item 4. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay. Justin Woody, Johnny Jersich, Graham Jones, Jim Mine, Shane Bonneau, and Marie Camino. If you guys would step up. Thank you. All right, Justin Woody.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for asking them to expand the COL program, by the way. My name is Justin Woody, a fourth-generation oyster fisherman and processor. My family's company, Jerry Seafood, was founded in 1970 in Smith Point, Texas, and we currently hold 13 of the COLs, totaling 848 acres out of the 2318 you just saw up there. So we know the benefits of COLs. The first one my grandfather acquired in 1962 after he returned home from the Navy. So Texas has 2,300 acres of COLs, far behind states like Louisiana, which has 400,000 acres, Virginia, which has 114,000 acres, and Maryland, which has 8,000 acres. Looking at the Chesapeake Bay region in 2004, Virginia and Maryland saw record low oyster production, falling below 50,000 bushels that year, but rebounded through private leasing and extensive restoration efforts, producing over 700,000 bushels in 2023. Public reefs in that region also thrived, yielding 300,000 bushels of the total harvest. In contrast, Texas produced just 219,000 sacks combined from public and private leases that year. And I would also like to add that we try to differentiate between restoration and harvestable, but harvestable COLs are restoration. We use private funding to rebuild reefs that most likely would not recover on their own. The key difference is that we are not relying on public taxpayer money. We're not relying on grants, philanthropic funding to restore these reefs. Instead, the profits, as you mentioned, from harvesting these COLs are reinvested directly into maintaining and improving the reefs located on them. So I do support the rules as proposed, and I support the expansion of both restoration and harvestable COLs, but I urge the Commission to allow both to open for lease simultaneously. If restoration COLs get priority, harvestable COLs could be disadvantaged because there's prime locations within bays that are good for oyster production and growth. And since we're discussing COLs, I'd like to bring to the Commissioner's attention issues with regulations facing the current COL holders. Currently, from May 1st through October 31st, which is its closed season in Texas, COL holders have no sack limit, no size limit. We can work 7 days a week, sunrise to sunset. When public season opens, we're restricted to weekdays, limited to 30 sacks, and subject to the exact same rules as public harvest on our private leases. Under Chapter 76, COL holders own the oysters, not the department. We invest heavily in planting and cultivating, yet we are restricted by the department during peak sales season. This is like being told you can sell your stocks freely when prices are low, but are limited to when and how many you can sell when they peak. That's not a sound investment strategy, and it's certainly not a fair way to regulate COL holders. Texas' path to a sustainable oyster industry requires more COLs for commercial harvest and restoration, strong restoration efforts, a commitment from the Commission, the department, industry, to making Texas #1 in the country for oyster production and restoration. Finally, I urge the Commission and the department to work diligently together with the GLO to make these COLs a reality. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Good, we're going to fix this, okay?
Yes, sir.
And here's a question for you. Dr. Olson just said, there's quite a bit of capital required to create these leased oyster bottoms. Is it an economically viable business for you to have these COLs and actually farm on a sustainable basis?
Yes, sir. I mean, the question comes down to the degraded reef. If we're allowed to build on a good bottom,
right,
it costs a lot less money than if you're trying to build a reef in a mud hole. And so we take the reefs that aren't productive right now and invest private funding and go rebuild them. And yes, I mean, I'm not saying you're going to start big at first, but you're going to grow into that. You start investing, and I think it can work.
And from a sustainability standpoint, how long can you farm these reefs because you're taking care of them? Can you do this over many years?
Yes, sir. So we have, as I told you, how many acres we have, and I work.
How many acres?
868 of the 2,300.
Okay.
And I work my vessels year round on my leases. The only time I haven't was this year in the fall. I mean, in the spring, we had all the flooding down the Trinity, and it killed 90% of the oysters on our leases. And so you also need diversity to be able to go to other bay systems and lease.
Sure.
But yes, and I mean, these guys, Robin and them, can attest, my boats harvest over 95% of our production from my private leases.
Yeah. It's a no-brainer. It really is. So, look, thank you for your comments. Help is on the way.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Johnny Jersich.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Mr. Chairman. My name is Johnny Jersich. I'm also a fourth-generation oyster fisherman, farmer with oyster leases in Texas and Louisiana. I want to share my thoughts on something that could really benefit our oyster management process, issuing certificates of location for restoration and commercial purposes at the same time. Doing this would help ensure that neither side had an unfair advantage and keep things running smoothly without controversy. Right now, the regulations allow for both types of COLs, but we need some clear language and that makes it a requirement to process them together. Both types of COLs are crucial for creating healthy habitats. I'd argue that commercial COLs are especially beneficial because they motivate private businesses to manage their farms properly. Plus, now is a perfect time to make these changes. Looking at our neighbors to the east, their oyster lease program is thriving because they don't burden leaseholders with the same heavy regulations as their public grounds. Allowing both existing and new COLs for harvest to be managed more flexibly would be a game changer. Thanks for considering this idea. I truly believe that simultaneously issuing both types of COLs could lead to a better outcome for the state of Texas. Thank you,
Johnny. Graham Jones.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz, and staff. My name is Graham Jones. I am the Oyster Advisory Committee Chair appointed by the department, as well as representing the Texas Conservation Alliance. I think this piece of it, number one, I support it fully. It's part of the puzzle, along with restoration, buyback of licenses, monitoring of existing public reefs and where they are ecologically, and of course, mariculture are all parts of this puzzle. The main reason that I wanted to be up here is I wanted to thank staff, both from coastal fisheries and from law enforcement, who've been working together tirelessly to find answers and solutions along with the oyster industry. We're actually going down on Monday to meet with some law enforcement folks and some industry folks on Monday morning. But anyway, I wanted to recognize staff's hard work and their dedication. Most of all, thank you, Chairman, for for prioritizing this issue and for making our reefs a priority. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks for your service on the Oyster Advisory Committee. Jim Mine.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Jim Mine. I'm the CEO of Palacios Marine Agricultural Research, or PMAR. As you know, we run an oyster hatchery here in Texas. What you may not know, and I've only recently learned, is we actually are the largest oyster hatchery in the Gulf of Mexico. And America. Excuse me, America. Thank you. And we're right here in Texas. We're in the mid-coast community of Palacios. And Mr. Chairman, I agree completely. This COL application is a true no-brainer. And I think it's a vital tool that can increase oyster stocks across our bays, can reduce harvest pressure on our public reefs, and can save our commercial oyster fishery. As my colleagues have mentioned, there are other states that adopt this program now, and they are the highest producing oyster states in America, where Texas has historically been number 2. Most recently, in 2023, we've dropped to number 5. Last time Texas was number 5 on the production list was 1990. 35 years ago. What they haven't mentioned that I'd like to point out is Louisiana and Virginia and Maryland all use hatcheries to help seed these private bottom leases. They use both tools in tandem to increase the density of oysters on their property and to ensure that when there are freshwater events or other activities that damage the existing harvest, they have the ability to quickly recover rather than relying on the timing of what nature may provide on its own. I think we should use these tools. I'm glad to hear that the Commission believes so as well, and I thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Jim.
I have one question.
Yep. Hey, Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Thanks for being here today. I know you and I know you've been at several of our meetings, and also you've had the opportunity to provide some additional information. I'm going through the information that you provided, and I think that the idea of having the seed stock or the feed stock for oysters is also good. So I think that along with the Chairman's comment about how we can ease up and enhance opportunities for certificate of location, if we can have a measure where we also can provide that valid stock so that we can get there even faster is another opportunity. So maybe there's more. Stay tuned here.
Well, I'm very encouraged to hear that, and let me just tell you that we will be able to produce them this year.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shane Bonneau.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. My name is Shane Bonneau, and I'm here representing the Coastal Conservation Association. We did submit a letter in support for these regulations and appreciate commission consider approval as they're written. And I would just like to recognize the fact that we have oyster industry and coastal conservation and other nonprofit groups all agreeing on something related to oysters. So let's not let that slip by without recognizing that, and let's capitalize on that momentum moving forward. And thank you so much for your recommendation, Chairman.
You bet.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Marie Camino.
Hello. Good morning, Chairman and Commission. I am part of one of those nonprofit groups. My name is Marie Camino. I'm with the Nature Conservancy in Texas. And thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback today. The Nature Conservancy in Texas is a leader in oyster reef restoration nationwide, with multiple large-scale oyster reef restoration projects completed along the Texas coast, led by TNC's Texas chapter. TNC Texas holds over 10 years of experience leading oyster reef restoration projects. Excuse me, and we spearheaded the first part harvestable and part non-harvestable oyster reef restoration in design in Texas at Lab Reef in Campano Bay that benefits local fisheries while providing a protected area for oysters to grow. The proposed changes to the rules will allow for non-harvestable oyster reefs to be restored in areas that may better support an ecosystem approach to restoration and create opportunities for more efficient larval transport to nearby harvestable areas. Under current conditions, non-harvestable reefs are limited to areas closed to harvest or must implement specific design standards to prevent harvest, for example, the use of larger rocks. The proposed changes could allow for the best design to be implemented in the most suitable areas for larval transport, complex habitat space, or other desired benefits provided by a non-harvestable oyster reef. TNC Texas supports the proposed changes to the Certificate of Location rules. We applaud TPWD's efforts to encourage a large-scale ecosystem approach to oyster reef restoration that is inclusive of the many benefits provided by oysters, balancing both economic prosperity and ecological health of Texas bays. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it for our speakers. Any additional comments by commission staff? All right. If not, if there is a motion for approval. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Action item number 5, permits to possess or sell non-game fish taken from public fresh water, changes to list of affected species, and other changes. Recommended adoption of proposed changes. Mr. Michael Tennant, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Tennant, and I'm the Regulations and Policy Coordinator in the Inland Fisheries Division. Today, I'll be presenting proposed changes to the rules governing permits to possess or sell fish taken from public fresh waters. To give a quick overview of the proposed changes I'll discuss today, these include adding silver carp and suckermouth armored catfishes to the list of species for which a permit may be issued for commercial harvest and the removal of freshwater drum, minnows, and Rio Grande cichlid to disallow commercial harvest. The proposed changes also include eliminating an unnecessary annual harvest and sales reporting requirement since a commercial harvest report is already captured through the trip ticket program, and non-substantive housekeeping changes to standardized terminology. Silver carp is native to Eastern Asia and were introduced to private fish farms and wastewater treatment facilities in the United States during the 1970s and 1980s as a biological control agent to reduce algae growth and improve water quality condition in ponds. By 1980, they had escaped into the Mississippi River system during flood events and subsequently spread rapidly throughout the Mississippi River drainage and beyond. They have become established and potentially problematic in more than 10 states, including Texas, where they compete with native species and pose hazards to boaters because they weigh up to 60 pounds and can leap out of water when startled, such as by boat noise, sometimes striking boaters. Silver carp populations occur in the Red River and tributaries downstream of the Lake Texoma Dam, but are not yet highly abundant. There are U.S. and international markets for wild-caught silver carp, and regional efforts are underway to incentivize harvest. The proposed rule change would add silver carp to the list of fish for which the department may issue permits authorizing take from public freshwaters for commercial purposes to encourage removal. Suckermouth armored catfishes are native to Central and South America, and multiple species are imported to the U.S. via the aquarium trade to control algae. Aquarists have been known to dump the contents of fish tanks for various reasons, which is believed to have resulted in the introduction of several species to Texas waters, where high abundance has been documented in some locations. Suckermouth armored catfishes compete with native fishes, consume the eggs of other fishes through their feeding behavior, and may cause serious disruptions in food webs and native ecosystems. They are especially problematic in spring-influenced river systems, such as those found in central Texas, but are also widespread in the Houston and South Texas regions, where warmer waters allow for overwinter survival. Additionally, their burrowing behavior causes destabilization and erosion in riverbanks and earthen dams. There has been commercial interest in this species from pet food producers. The proposed rule change would add suckermouth armored catfishes to the list of fish for which the department may issue permits authorizing take from public freshwaters for commercial purposes to encourage removal. Freshwater drum is native to Texas and is recreationally and ecologically important. The species serves as a reproductive host for numerous species of native freshwater mussels, many of which are threatened, endangered, or recognized as species in need of conservation intervention. The department has determined that the continued commercial harvest of freshwater drum is inconsistent with conservation and recovery goals for imperiled freshwater mussels. The proposed rule change would remove freshwater drum from the list of commercially harvestable species and disallow commercial harvest. 10 permittees reported harvest of freshwater drum between 2014 and 2023, with total sales of $5,911. The permittee reporting the highest sales over the 10-year period reported total sales of $1,800. 13 persons were permitted to commercially harvest freshwater drum in 2024. The department has determined that 7 of 11 minnow genera currently authorized for commercial harvest include species that are threatened, endangered, or species of greatest conservation need, 37 imperiled species in total. Currently, the department, by special permit conditions, restricts minnow harvest where imperiled minnow species concerns have been identified. Minnows serve critical roles in healthy aquatic ecosystems, forming a prey base in the food web, for example. Today, bait minnows are supplied by the aquaculture industry rather than from wild harvest. The department believes it's prudent to remove minnows from the list of commercially harvestable fish to align with conservation goals, ensure the ability of all minnow species to perpetuate themselves, as well as to prevent additional state or federal listings as threatened or endangered species. One permittee reported harvest of minnows between 2014 and 2023 with total sales of $100. No commercial harvest has been reported since 2017. 9 persons were permitted to commercially harvest minnows in 2024. The Rio Grande cichlid is native to the lower reaches of the Rio Grande and is the only indigenous cichlid native to the United States. Populations have been established outside the native range in river drainages of central Texas's Edwards Plateau, including the San Marcos, Guadalupe, San Antonio, and Colorado rivers. It has become increasingly popular as a sport fish, particularly among fly fishers. The department believes that removing Rio Grande cichlid from the list of commercially harvestable fish aligns with recreational fisheries management goals, especially for central Texas creeks and rivers where sport fishing guides offer trips targeting the species. 2 permittees reported harvest of the Rio Grande cichlid between 2014 and 2023 with total sales of $423. No commercial harvest has been reported since 2020. 11 persons were permitted to commercially harvest Rio Grande cichlid in 2024. A total of 5 public comments were received, with 5 agreeing and 0 disagreeing with the proposed rules. The proposed rules are supported by the Freshwater Fisheries Advisory Committee. To summarize the proposed changes, staff recommend adding silver carp and suckermouth armored catfishes to the list of species for which a permit may be issued for commercial harvest, and removal of freshwater drum, minnows, and Rio Grande cichlid to disallow commercial harvest, and eliminating an unnecessary annual harvest and sales reporting requirement, since a commercial harvest report is already captured through the trip ticket program. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission adopts amendments to 31 Texas Administrative Code sections 57.377 to 379, 57.381, 57.382, and 57.384 concerning permits to possess or sell non-game fish taken from public freshwater as listed in Exhibit A, with changes as necessary to the proposed text as published in the December 20th, 2024 issue of the Texas Register. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tennant. Any questions by the commissioners? We do not have anyone signed up to speak. We do? All right. One person, excuse me, Chris Johnson.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners and all Texas Parks and Wildlife staff. Thank you for having this today. I noticed that the Rio Grande cichlid actually made the list, and that's one of my favorite fish in the entire state, and I'm in full agreement with the action put forward. But I wanted to mention, I think one of the things that, even though commercial harvest is negligible, according to the slides and the facts that we have here, one of the values of the fish being that it is the only native cichlid species in the U.S., we have folks that come from all over the nation to fish for this fish in Texas, and that is something really spectacular. I personally own Living Waters Fly Fishing, a fly shop and guide service based in Round Rock, Texas, and we see so many folks that come. I think my last long distance traveler was from New Hampshire to come down and catch this fish. So to see it actually outlawed from commercial harvest, even while negligible, just sends a message of our preservation of the species and the other species as well in their conservation importance. The minnow species, obviously, many of the habitats that they actually live in support our state fish, the Guadalupe bass, as well. And so would love to see this push forward, and I'm sure it will be, but I wanted to mention that as it is very popular among fly anglers, and that is not only my livelihood, but also my recreation as well. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate all that you do for this state and for the recreators in Texas. Appreciate
Great. Sounds like real common sense regulation to me. So $100 and $400 of commercial take versus the economic benefit of recreational, as the man just said. So, all right, with that, is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Bell, so moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, action item number 6, chronic wasting disease detection and response rules. Recommended adoption of proposed changes. Mr. Alan Kane.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Alan Kane, Wildlife Division Director. This morning, I'll be seeking adoption of proposed amendments to the rules governing chronic wasting disease response and management, deer breeder facility standards, and changes to CBD management efforts. As I noted yesterday, the department has continued to adapt its CBD management approach, incorporating new tools and strategies informed by research and stakeholder input to enhance our ability to detect the disease early and limit spread to new areas. And to effectively mitigate disease risk while eliminating zones, the department proposes a set of rules that I've divided here into 6 categories, and I'll kind of go through each one of those. And I just want to restate what I talked about yesterday, is that this proposal to eliminate zones will remove burdens on hunters and landowners and that have been impacted by the zones to the tune of about 12 million acres. And it will provide expanded business opportunities for deer breeders while still ensuring practical and effective science-based measures that are in place to minimize the risk of spreading CBD to new areas, whether that's in a captive facility or on a free-ranging landscape out there. So after evaluating feedback from a full year of hunting season, staff are proposing changes to current carcass disposal rules that include the following, and that's to align out-of-state carcass movement restriction rules to match in-state carcass Disposal rules allowing deboning of carcasses at locations beyond the property of harvest, including locations commonly used for processing, provided proper disposal practices are followed. Also proposing to clarify that any unused parts retained must be properly contained until they're disposed of, again, so they don't scatter them across the landscape. Clarify that burial of unused parts must occur immediately if that's the chosen method of disposal. They can't leave them in an open pit till the end of season. They need to cover them up quickly. Lastly, rendering of carcass parts will no longer be allowed as a legal means of disposal. The next bucket, proposed rules pertains to deer breeder facilities and release site standards. So to further mitigate the risk of CWD transmission during the transfer of animals to and from breeder facilities, the department proposes requiring a double fence around all new deer breeding facilities or facilities that are required to have a double fence under other certain criteria, which I'll discuss later in this proposal. And so just as a reminder, the double fence is an additional perimeter fence around the permanent deer breeding facility that's a practical and effective measure to eliminate nose-to-nose contact between breeder deer and deer outside of that facility. And the example that we went over yesterday and back in November is illustrated on the slide. The proposed standards for the double fence include the following requirements: a 7-foot high net wire fence that completely surrounds the breeder pens and associated facility, including the working barn, with some caveats for the working barn that I'll address shortly. And that the breeder facility permitted fence, the double fence, must be 5 feet from any pen or structure within that permitted facility that could hold deer to prevent that nose-to-nose contact. Additionally, the proposal would include no food or water can be in that open buffer area around the outside of the working barn and the pen, so that gray area is what we're talking about. That buffer area may be used to move deer between pens, provided somebody is actively present in moving those deer. They can't be in there for 2 or 3 days. Again, no animals can be held in there of any kind can be held or kept in that buffer area unless they're actively engaged in movement. Non-susceptible species may be handled in working barns, but cannot be commingled with breeder deer. And for existing facilities, non-susceptible species may be moved down an alleyway or through that buffer area directly to the working barn to temporarily handle those different non-susceptible species. Language clarifying that these non-susceptible species may be accessed to working barn down these alleyways was inadvertently left out of the proposal that was published in the Register. Therefore, the department recommends adding that clarifying language at time of adoption if it's adopted today. Also, all new breeder facilities that want to work non-susceptible species in a working barn will be required to have a way for those non-susceptible species to access that working barn externally to the pens and not through the alleyway. Lastly, there's no maximum distance between the perimeter fence to the pens or other facilities, so that double fence to the pens in the working barn to allow for future expansion of existing facilities or to provide for various distance scenarios of existing breeder facilities that are already double fenced. And just a quick reminder, everything within that permitted deer breeder facility, the only activities that can occur there are things that are allowed under the current deer breeder permit rules. So no hunting, essentially, in the permitted facility, which prevents somebody essentially from using their entire perimeter boundary fence of a ranch as that double fence. So again, after the November commission meeting, staff received additional feedback regarding the double fence requirements in relationship to the working barns. Some of the deer breeder facility owners suggested that working barns could serve as part of the perimeter of that double fence rather than being fully enclosed within that, which we had proposed in November. And to address this, the proposal was modified to allow working barns to serve as part of that double fence, provided the double fence abuts the working barn, and the working barn is secured when not in use to prevent any animals from the outside entering that working barn. And the adjustment just ensures a working barn can function effectively while still meeting the intent of the rule to prevent that nose-to-nose contact. And again, the photo on the slides illustrates current facilities out there where they have the double fence that abuts the working barn and would serve in that manner. And again, the department acknowledges this clarification was not explicitly stated in the proposal in the Texas Register. Therefore, we recommend minor modifications to rule language at time of adoption to reflect this adjustment. Due to the risk of exposure for facilities using a shared working barn, the department proposes amendments to deer breeder facility standards to require all working barns and other facilities be exclusive to a single permitted deer breeder facility, explicitly prohibiting shared working barns or that shared use between these separated permitted facilities. And that measure is intended to prevent disease transmission and minimize the occurrence of potential epi-linked facilities when both of those will be caught up. And so, again, on the diagram on the screen where the green check box is, that's what we're proposing the rules to require. Under current rules, 2 different deer breeder facilities may be fence line adjacent, as illustrated in the diagram on the slide where the red X is. The department proposes to require distinct permitted breeding facilities on the same property to be separated by a minimum of 10 feet to prevent nose-to-nose contact between these facilities and to reduce disease transmission opportunities between the facilities or prevent them becoming epidemiologically linked in lockdown because of CWD positive in one facility or another. The department is also proposing rules that would stipulate the enforcement of the visible identification requirements as currently outlined in statute for all breeder deer. Those tagging requirements include a form of electronic identification, which must be a microchip or an RFID button tag. They must also have a tattoo for any deer that's transferred from the facility where it was born in, and an ear tag with the unique ID displayed on that tag. Again, these illustrations are provided on the slide. Potential benefits of maintaining the visible ID on released breeder deer include the expedited clearing of trace facilities if animals can be found and tested. And this would also provide neighboring landowners greater assurances that escaped animals could be more easily identified on their ranch should it get out from a release site. Next, the department is proposing a requirement for new breeder facilities and newly registered breeder release sites to have a fence inspection completed by a facility or pen inspector to verify that the breeder facility meets double fence standards if required, and that all new release sites meet fencing standards and requirements. Those standards include a 7-foot high fence, a welded or mesh wire or chain link fence capable of retaining deer or released deer. The next category pertains to the proximity rules for live animal movements near free-ranging detection. And again, these proposed amendments will allow deer breeders to move deer within or beyond a distance of 5 miles for free-range detection in a white-tailed deer or a susceptible species, or within or beyond that 25-mile distance for a free-range detection in mule deer. The proximity rules I'll discuss would be considered in these specific distances from a free-range detection, as illustrated on the map. So for a deer breeder facility that's within 5 or 25 miles of that free-range detection of a white-tailed mule deer, they would be able to release deer to an adjacent release site or any release site within that proximity distance, again, that 5 or 25 miles, with no additional requirements outside of the current rules governing movement qualified status, and that's what would be necessary. And again, the diagram illustrates that where they could release deer either onto the adjacent release site or Ranch B, which is also within that proximity distance. In the next scenario, assuming a deer breeder is located within that specified proximity distance of the free-range detection, is movement qualified at time of detection, and the facility would be able to transfer deer outside of that specified proximity distance to other deer breeder facilities or release sites, if the following criteria are met. So we're talking now about statewide movement beyond this particular area. And so that's, the requirements would include transferring breeder deer, the transferring breeder facility has been double fenced for at least 1 year prior to the free range detection, according to those double fence standards I just mentioned. And the facility has completed one whole herd antemortem test, which may be initiated immediately upon detection because that double fence has been up for a year or more. And so in the next example, for breeder facilities that have been double fenced for less than 1 year prior to detection, to be able to move outside of that proximity distance statewide, that facility must wait 1 year following the date of completion of the double fence to conduct a whole herd antemortem test, wait another year after completing that whole herd test to be able to move deer, and then be movement qualified at the time they're able to start moving those deer. And just to remind everybody, each individual deer to be transferred will still have to be antemortem test after they met that time requirement, and that's required in current rule. Noting there may be some special circumstances for very few deer breeders currently in containment zones that are already double fenced or movement qualified, the department is proposing to allow these breeder facilities that are in containment zones at the time this rule becomes effective, if adopted, to transfer deer statewide, provided that they, and again, that would be applicable to very few deer breeders. We're talking 3 that are currently in containment zones, and only one of those has deer in the, or 2 of them have deer in the facility, and one of them is, only one of them may move deer beyond that distance. Currently, the department is required to issue deer breeder permits per statute, but the current CBD zone rules will permit those facilities to hold 0 deer. The department is proposing to issue new deer breeder permits to applicants within that 5 or 25-mile proximity distance as required by statute, and allow for those facilities to hold and move deer provided certain requirements are met. In order to possess and move these deer, the applicant will need to have a site assessment completed to determine the possible exposure of CBD prions at the site where the pens are to be built, using a department-approved methodology. And that might be something like RT Quick or an amplification procedure, or we could do other, consider other things like testing on that release site, things like that. So, but methods that would be approved by the department. And the applicant would also need to submit a facility diagram prior to the creation of the new pens, and the facility would also need to be double fenced, obviously. And so for new facilities that only intend to release within that 5 or 25-mile proximity distance, they would only need to meet the standard movement qualification requirements currently in rule. So really no changes for them. However, for those breeder facilities that would like to move deer statewide beyond that 5 or 25-mile proximity distance to the free range detection, the following standards would need to be met. First, all deer must have a 20-month residence requirement for a period of 3 years, beginning after the first introduction of deer into the new facility. Then after that 3-year period, the residence requirements may be waived, or the department may prescribe additional surveillance to assess disease risk prior to removing the 20-month residence requirement. Deer to be moved during that residence requirement must have an antemortem test after not detected test after the residence requirement is met, so after that 20 months and prior to movement. As a reminder, all new deer entering the facility will have a not detected antemortem test prior to entering the new facility. So when they establish the herd, all those deer coming in there will be tested. We're also proposing to prohibit the expansion of existing deer breeder facilities within the proximity distance we're talking about, to prevent the potential exposure of deer currently in those facilities to possibly contaminated environments or that new soil where the pens may be expanded. The proposal would also allow formerly closed facilities that are reopened to meet the same standards for the new facilities that I just mentioned. And lastly, propose that facilities on positive properties will be permitted for 0 deer unless the department determines that CBD is no longer present on that property. The department also proposes to allow for issuance of deer management permits on proximities within the proximity distance, provided the landowner submits not detected CBD tests for 100% of the hunter-harvested deer up to a maximum of 15 deer during the season for which the DMP permit is issued. Again, if no harvest occurs in that season, the permittee must submit 15 not detected tests prior to the issuance of a new DMP permit. Additionally, if they miss tests during the season, so for example, if I kill 10 and only test 5, before we'd issue a new permit, they have to make up the balance of those tests before a new permit would be issued. And lastly, the landowner will be required to submit an annual harvest log to the department, again, just to make sure that harvest and testing requirements align. And we would also propose to prohibit the issuance of DMP permits on epi-linked or trace release sites. And I just want to clarify something. We've been hearing some comments from folks that think this applies to all DMP permits statewide. It doesn't. These requirements for the test requirements are within the proximity distance, so that 5 or 25 miles. The next category pertains to proposals regarding CBD positive breeder facilities. And so I'll review a few additional proposed changes to mitigate risk associated with these positive facilities. The first is a requirement to euthanize and postmortem test all trace-in deer in a positive facility within 7 days of confirmation. This will be a tremendous help in freeing up trace-in breeder facilities that would otherwise become not movement qualified because the trace deer they sent to the positive facility have not been removed and tested. In some instances, these trace-in breeder deer are held for months and tying up that facility for quite some time. And so it's not until that positive facility euthanizes and tests those trace-in deer that we could potentially return that trace-in facility to movement qualified status. Second, in order to expedite an epidemiological review of a positive facility, the department proposes the facility must submit a pin-by-pin inventory within 14 days of confirmation, including the location of the positive deer in that facility, otherwise authorized by the department. Again, this is to prevent unnecessary exposure or potential spread of the disease to other deer in that facility and provide additional options for those positive facilities. Again, lastly, the department proposes that positive facilities must sign a herd plan within 6 months of detection or agree to depopulation. The intent behind this proposal is to expedite CWD mitigation measures through a herd plan and ultimately provide greater flexibility and options to that positive facility should they choose not to depopulate. We just don't want that disease to blossom, so they need to work with us to come to the table to get a herd plan in place to try to mitigate that risk. Those facilities that choose options that do not include depopulation would also be required to double fence their facility by the time they satisfactorily complete the herd plan and are removed from quarantine. In the last category of proposals pertains to epi-linked breeder facilities. Again, these are trace-in or trace-out breeder facilities we're talking about here. So this proposal would include several changes for trace-out breeder facilities in which some or all the trace deer are not available for testing. These trace-out facilities are currently called Category B facilities when all trace deer are not available for testing. The proposal will return trace-out breeder facilities back to movement-qualified status if the following standards are met. At least one trace deer has to be unavailable for testing, and the available trace deer have to be postmortem tested and return a not detected test result. The trace deer must have been received in that facility 3 to 5 years prior to the detection in the positive facility, and the trace deer had at least one antemortem test within the last 5 years. And the trace-out facility must be double fenced and compliant with all deer breed rules for 2 years prior to becoming a trace. So these proposed amendments will allow for trace-out breeder facilities in that 0 to 3 year trace period to be returned to movement qualified status and have that trace designation removed if the following standards are met. And they include the trace-out breeder facility must be double fenced prior to designation as a trace. The trace facility must achieve 25% annual testing, CBD testing, for at least 2 years prior to designation as a trace using a combination of antemortem and postmortem test. The breeder facility must be in compliance with the deer breeder permit requirements, regulations for 2 years prior to designation as a trace. And the trace deer in that facility must have 20 months residency in the trace-out facility and have an antemortem rectal test that occurs after the residence requirement is met. So that concludes the presentation of the proposals that we're talking about. Again, just as a reminder, some folks have asked about penalties. For clarification, penalties are set by the statute, and the vast majority of TPWD regulations, violations of those regulations will be a Class C misdemeanor. Some of the more common ones you might expect related to this rule package are failing to abide by carcass disposal rules, violation of visible ID requirements, or violations of fence inspection or fence standard requirements. Moving on, the department has presented the proposal to various advisory committees and received feedback from each of these groups. The CBD task force was supportive of the proposed changes for the removal of CWD zones, the proposals pertaining to carcass disposal rules, double fencing new breeder facilities, separation of distinct permitted breeder facilities, no shared working barns, and requirements for CBD positive facilities. And there were varying perspectives in support and opposition of certain proximity rule requirements, including whole herd requirements for facilities have been double fenced greater than 1 year to be able to move deer, or having a whole herd test for large herds with hundreds of deer, and some suggested a percentage of testing for those herds. And some members also suggested a 1 year waiting period after the initial whole herd test, even those that had been fenced greater than 1 year. Obviously, disagreements on the visible ID. Some supported it for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Others suggested that visible ID should be addressed at the legislature, or it should be a choice of the release site owner, and some noting that breeder deer have been tested prior to release and may have already released deer. And visible ID is a standard practice for a number of folks right now. Some had concerns also about curtailing the Category B trace status for these trace-out facilities. Similar to the task force, the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee supported the removal of CBD zones rules pertaining to carcass disposal, double fencing, breeder facilities, separation of distinct permitted breeder facilities, no shared working barns, and again, requirements for the CBD positive facilities. And again, as I noted yesterday, the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee had some recommendations on the pen size, suggesting that be shrunk down less than 100 acres to aid in finding mortalities in those pens and getting them tested and accounting for inventories, but that would require a statutory requirement, or statutory change, I'm sorry. There's also mixed support and opposition for several of the proposed changes, again, for visible ID, similar reasons I mentioned for the CBD task force. There was also some discussions regarding the retention rate of ear tags and some suggestions made to allow for an RFID button tag, requirements to have tattoos in the ears by March 31 following the birth year. Again, all good suggestions, but require a legislation change downtown. So there's also disagreement on proposed release site fence inspection requirements. Several noted the concern for additional cost burdens on release site landowners and concerns about the number of department-approved facility inspectors. And some noted that the TWIM system that we use to register release site already requires acknowledgement that the fence is intact and is capable of retaining deer when the release site owner registers that. But again, others noted the need for these fence inspections to address fraudulent scenarios where landowners may create fictitious release sites. There's also some opposition to the proximity rule requirements for breeder facilities that have been fenced greater than 1 year, again, having a whole herd test. Some suggest options for custom facilities, especially, or a reduced amount for facilities with large number of deer in that facility. Lastly, there were some recommendations from the committee to remove the requirements prohibiting DMP within the proximity distance, which we had addressed that in the proposal, and also some suggested that trace-out release sites be able to have a DMP pin. The department has also met with the Private Lands Advisory Committee in October and again in November to discuss this proposal. Although not unanimous, a consensus was reached among the majority of the members of the Private Lands Advisory Committee, and a letter was provided to the Commission and the Department, noting the Advisory Committee's support for the elimination of CBD zones and the development of rules minimizing the impacts of CBD detections on neighboring landowners and mitigating the risk of disease spread. Key elements of that letter include support for visible identification and support for release site fence inspections with suggestions to require fence inspections prior to any release, and a suggestion to require mandatory sampling or testing on release sites. Those signing on the letter had additional concerns regarding the movement of deer in proximity to CBD detections and the curtailment of Category B trace facilities. Several other members of the Private Lands Advisory Committee did not sign the letter and either abstained from comment or had concerns with portions of the proposal, including the costs associated with the fence inspection for release sites and other impacts on deer breeding facilities or release sites. To date, the department has received, well, the slide's been updated, so that's great. Received 2,206 comments as of yesterday evening, with about 14% agreeing with the proposal, 86% disagreeing completely or with specific parts of the proposal. The comments supporting the proposal reference the need for visible ID, support for the removal of the zones, reducing impacts on landowners and hunters. Reasons for disagreement include visible ID, noting that release site owners should have a choice or it should be addressed to the legislature. Some are concerned about fence inspections being burdensome or double fence requirements. Again, there was some concern over the proximity rule that targets deer breeders, or essentially that it's a zone. Again, I'm just going to remind everybody, the commission and the audience, that the proposed proximity rules enable expanded business opportunities for breeders that otherwise would not be able to move statewide under the current zone rules. And we'd allow the establishment of new breeder facilities and permit it to hold and move deer, which hadn't been allowed under current zone rules. And it also incentivizes sound management practice for many of these facilities, such as double fencing. There were other concerns about prohibiting DMPs on trace release sites. Again, the whole herd testing and the proximity distance, concerns over the reliability of antemortem testing, or that antemortem tests on individual deer should be considered a hard barrier. There was also a number of other comments that really aren't germane to the proposal, such as, the rules are creating more burdens on deer breeders, the perception of trying to end deer breeding, and that the rules will impact the hunting economy and deer breeding. I will note the department also received comments from a number of organizations and legislators, and I'll go over some of those. So the department received comments from the Nature Conservancy supporting the proposal and the need to move away from a zone-based strategy to more of an adaptive strategy that focuses on risk-based management specific to where that disease has been detected or where it occurs, and eliminate the need for rulemaking each time a new detection occurs in a new area, so not have to come back to you guys all the time. The department has also received letters from multiple members of the Texas legislature, including a single sign-on letter from Senator Bob Hall, Representative Pat Curry, Representative Wes Verdell, Representative Richard Raymond, Ag Commissioner Sid Miller, Representative Stan Gertis, and Representative Kerry Isaacs. And then that letter, they requested the department refrain from adopting these rules for at least 90 days, noting concerns with several parts of the rule package pertaining to CBD-positive breeder facilities, the proximity rules, in the appearance or the idea that we're really not removing zones, visible ID requirements, double fence rules, and fence inspection impacts on breeders or release site owners. They also requested the department establish a working group that allows for any deer breeder who chooses to to participate and at least one animal health expert for Texas A&M. The department has also received a letter of support from Representative Darby, commending the department on its proactive approach to CBD management and producing a balanced proposal that protects a public resource while supporting key stakeholders, including deer breeders, landowners, and hunters. Organizations that also submitted letters include the Texas chapter of the Wildlife Society, who is generally supportive of the proposal, but offers cautious concern regarding proposed rules that would allow movements of breeder deer from facilities within that proximity distance of a free-range detection. We've also received letters of support from the Texas Conservation Alliance, the Texas Conservation for Texas Foundation for Conservation also provided a letter supporting the proposal. They also noted that the proposal was important to provide important steps to slow the spread of the CWD, and they also wanted us to note that there had been an email campaign that's been started to oppose the rules package, which may influence the public comment as you see there. Also, the Texas and Southwest Cattle Raisers Association provided a letter specifically supporting the repeal of zones, and that believe that's a step in the right directions as it ensures a more targeted and science-based approach to CBD management. They were also supportive of the carcass disposal rules and visible ID requirements. Also, the Texas Wildlife Association and Texas Deer Association provided a joint letter supporting the proposal, noting that the support from both organizations was offered with the recognition and understanding that the Texas legislature may choose to provide further guidance or potentially amend statutes related to CBD or other deer breeder matters. Both organizations care deeply about the health and sustainability of the state's deer herd, our hunting traditions, and the recreational economy derived from deer hunting. And I'll just note that the department is greatly appreciative of both of those organizations' contributions, time, and efforts they spent to help us and you guys chart a reasonable approach to CBD management and response in Texas. And last, we received a letter of support from Boone and Crockett Club. So with that, staff recommends that the commission adopt the following motion, and this the adoption of the proposed amendments to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Chapter 31 of the Texas Administrative Code, Sections 65.81 through 65.85, and new 65.81 and amendments to Sections 65.8, 65.88, 65.9, 65.92, 65.94, 65.99 concerning disease detection and response, and amendments to Sections 65.602 through 605, 65.610, 65.611 concerning deer breeder permits as listed in Exhibit A, with changes as necessary to the proposed text as published in the December 20th Texas issue of the Texas Register. With that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioner, any questions for Mr. King? And you can have some comments after we have our public speakers. All right, thank you, Alan. With that, we have 34 speakers. So we got lots of folks here. I'll let Senator Hall and Commissioner Miller and Jonathan Letts and Jody Phillips. You guys can generally take as much time as you want, but within reason. The rest of you are going to be limited to 3 minutes. So after the four of those speak, then we'll get you guys lined up. So first off, Senator Bob Hall. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the concession. I'll try not to abuse that, but I was wondering how in the world I was going to get all of what I had to say squeezed into, I thought was going to be 2 minutes. So anyway, I think you all got a handout. I'm not going to go back through the letter that was written with concerns about it. What I will say is that, once again, for the second time, you have almost 90% of the population out there that responded that they didn't agree with this. And unfortunately, we got a leak that there are a number of people within the parks that were panicking on the phone and calling people, urging them to call in and support it so it wouldn't look so bad. Not surprised at that, though. Well, what I want to do is, if you go to what the handout I gave you, which is the shots from the video that was taken, and there's a long video coming out covering this, it doesn't appear that Parks really believes the swill they've been putting out with regards to CWD. And I hope that you stop buying into it. I call it rules for thee, but not for me. If you look at the first page, you see up the top how they dress when the public is watching. Hazmat suits, rubber boots, hats, masks, gloves, as though they were in a radioactive area. You move down, and the concern about the spreading of prions. The picture in the lower left is a trailer that was loaded with deer from the Robert Williams fan, driven, a non-sealed unit with dead deer in it, air blowing through it, driving 150 miles down the highway, blowing prions all over the freeway, and leaking deer fluid onto the ground of the highway as it went. And here it is sitting in the parking lot next to Buc-ee's, a few miles from Robert Williams, leaking oil, and a Parks truck next to it in the lower right-hand corner. And if you go to the second page, you'll see it was very muddy out there at the Robert Williams place. And on the top right corner is just one of the four-wheelers covered in mud from Robert Williams. And where did they go? To a public car wash to wash that mud, CWD-infected mud off of the vehicles for other cars to pick up and track down the road. And on the right is another shot of that trailer that had the deer in it, sitting in front of the Buc-ee's. But on the third page is the real kicker. The folks the night before that were dressed in hazmat suits from head to toe are now in the parking lot at Buc-ee's with a makeshift lab as they shift harvested parts from bags to other and pouring out the fluid from those bags onto the parking lot next to a field that is known to have had deer grazing in it. Does that look like the actions of someone who actually believes that CWD is the threat to humanity that Parks would like for you to believe? And then if you look at the bottom, this is just one panel that was behind the pen where the deer were herded into in a very small pen and then lined up, and shooters with large caliber, small caliber rifles, handguns, firing hundreds of rounds. Some deers were shot so many times they couldn't even harvest the parts they were wanting to get for the testing. And this happened after Robert Williams offered to allow our veterans, you know, the group of people who defended this country, who are dying at a rate of 22 a day of suicide, let them come out and hunt. It's good for them. They get some meat for their family. It was told by the Parks, we don't give a damn about the veterans. We're going to kill them ourselves. And then the second
I doubt they said that, Senator. But look, can you wrap up? We want to comment on the rules package.
Okay,
not on inflammatory pictures.
Then let me fish to the last page, and I'll wrap up with this. This is what I call the Parks success chart. This is what shows the deer breeders going out of business. It peaked in about 2014. It's about the time that Parks realized that CWD wasn't going to spread fast enough to put them out of business. So they had the veterinarians go from ranch to ranch and deer to deer doing live testing without sterilizing the tools, and all of a sudden we had CWD all over the country. Folks, this rules for thee, but not for me, and we're in a new era. We are supposed to be serving the people of Texas, not their lord and masters, and we're supposed to have common sense in what we're doing to the people. It's not our job. We've got new leadership up there that's emphasizing that, and I hope that you can turn the page and get back to a reasonable program in which I would also love to see the list of people that signed on and agreed to it, because I haven't found one of them yet. No, excuse me, I did find one, and I understand why he would agree with it. So,
yes, sir. Thank you very much, Senator. We very much appreciate your comments. Commissioner Miller.
Well, it's good to be with you all today. Thanks for having a little bit of time here to talk to you. First off, I commend you for helping our oyster industry. It is a big part of our agriculture economy. People don't usually think about cattle and cotton, but the shrimp industry and the oyster industry is a vital part of that. So I'm not here as an agency head to tell another agency how to run your business. I would never do that. I would be offended if someone tried to tell me how to run my business. But I do want to give you some historical background. I was a lawmaker for 12 years. I've been a commissioner of a $7 billion agency now for 10 years. About 12 years ago, the Texas Racing Commission wanted to implement historical racing, gambling on historical races. They came to the legislature. The legislature said, nah, I don't think so. They adjourned. They went back. They did it anyway, against the will of the legislature. One senator, Jane Nelson, the next legislative session gutted their entire budget. Their budget went away. I mean, not cut it. I mean, gone. And they barely got it back the last day of the appropriations. They got back just enough to keep them open. They've never really fully recovered financially by not listening to the legislative request. There was an agency called ARCA, Office of Rural and Community Affairs. Their job was to do economic development, infrastructure grants, job creation across rural Texas. They did a similar thing. They didn't do what was requested of them by the legislature. They went away. That's now housed and was transferred to my department, Texas Agriculture Department. There was an agency called the Structural Pest Control Commission. It was for the exterminators. Same thing. A senator asked them to do something. They didn't do it. Next session, they didn't exist anymore. Now they're part of the Ag Department. There was another agency called Office of Rural Health, and they were deemed to take care of, health care in 191 rural counties. They thought they knew how to better deliver that than what a senator did. Came back the next session. They don't exist anymore either. They're now rolled into the Texas Department of Agriculture. So just keep that in mind. You've got one senator here that's upset trying to, I don't think it's an unreasonable request, delay it 90 days. You've got 6 House members. Most of those, some of them I know are deer breeders, and the others I think their family members are in the deer breeding business. So I just caution, word to the wise, you might want to grant the 90 days, and that would be my request.
Thank you, Commissioner, very much. Appreciate it. Look, we're doing our best here, and we are focused on common sense regulation. Mr. Jonathan Letts, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz. For the record, my name is Jonathan Letts, and I'm president of the Texas Wildlife Association. And believe me, I'm not going to use an unlimited amount of time. It'll be pretty short this morning. I want to do a little bit of history, why I'm so involved in this right now. And really, it was after the August Commissioner meeting, Chairman Hildebrand contacted myself as president of Texas Wildlife Association and Jody Phillips as president of Texas Deer Association, and pretty much called us in and said, you two organizations need to work collaboratively to come up with rules that are reasonable for breeders and, from our standpoint, also protect the wild deer of Texas. And we did that. And there was a certain amount, I remember one of the meetings, Chairman Hildebrand asked me, do you trust Jody? And I said, yes, I do. I think both of us are talking in good faith, and we're doing a collaborative effort. And in those meetings, and there were countless meetings, countless hours on the phone, Commissioner Galove, Vice Chairman Bell, they participated in some of them. Dr. Jaskowitz, he and I talked about once a week, it seemed, for a while. And his senior staff, Alan Kane, Hunter Reed, and others in the staff. And they've all been incredibly supportive of working with us and trying to come up with a plan that the two organizations could go along with. In addition to that, as was mentioned by the slides, 3 stakeholders groups also went through and reviewed these. And overall, and I'll just, kind of make a few comments that, the discussions were definitely contentious at times. There was certainly not agreement at all times. And there are certain points right now that TWA does not particularly like. However, that being said, the whole package as a whole is a step in the right direction. We got here today because of a commitment by 2 organizations and the department and the commission to work on this and to come up with a solution. In our conversations, we also visited with several members of the legislature. At least 2 senators are very much aware of where we are and understand the whole situation with CWD. Members of the House we've talked to as well. So, you know, we try to involve as many parties as possible along the way. And I think the rule package as a whole is something that we certainly support at TWA. A couple of things, you know, our position has always been that any solution must protect the wild deer of Texas, keep the public informed, and be scientifically based. We do have some concerns about the scientific basis of some of the items. However, again, in its entirety, we think it's definitely a step in the right direction. One thing that I do want to emphasize, it's not part of the package, but the department is working on it, is with the elimination of zones, we really think it is important that the department continue and expedite as quickly as possible to have the dashboard up and running for the public to look at where CWD cases are. It is critical that the residents of the state have the ability to do that. Zones, eliminating the zones and containment zones will make this even more critical. And with that, that's really the end of my comments. I think I urge you to support the package in its entirety. I would definitely recommend that you not pick and choose items out of it. It's a complete package, and I think it does a good job for the deer of Texas.
All right,
Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you so much. All right, Jody Phillips. And while she's coming up, the next speakers, is it 2 minutes?
3 minutes.
3, and that's state requirement?
Chairman James Murphy, General Counsel, that is what is in our public notice of the meeting, and so therefore we are bound by that, that amount.
I just thought it was historically 2 minutes, but.
It is in fact 2 minutes during our annual and regional public hearings where it's an open session for any topic, but for action items, we do allow 3 minutes given that there's a concrete action being proposed.
Understood. Okay, great. Jody.
With that being said, I'm not going to take a lot of time.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Dr. Jaskowitz, and staff. I had a different start, but I'm going to mimic a little bit of what Jonathan said. I mean, I want to commend you guys for kind of putting us in the room together and saying, hey, guys, hash it out. It's been beneficial to sit across the table and understand why people feel the way they do, and it's been crucial to kind of come up with solutions that we can actually move forward and that are forward thinking. But, you know, the opportunity to address and share our concerns regarding the complexities and challenges of navigating through the regulations, I can't thank you guys enough for that, for the countless meetings and phone calls, and just it's been an open-ended thing where you can call anytime and that sort of thing. So I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate that. And Jonathan, same thing. I mean, those I can tell you we've had a lot of arguments, but we can still shake hands, so that's really good. We recognize that the current rule proposal is not perfect. It does require further refinement regarding the visible ID component. However, the TDA is in support of the proposal. Additionally, there's ongoing work to be done as we continue to evolve and refine our approach to CWD, utilizing tools and technology to enhance our industry. It's imperative that deer breeders operate under less stringent CWD regs while concurrently mitigating the risk and ensuring responsible stewardship of our natural resource. I feel like this balanced approach is crucial for environmental stewardship and for the accurate recognition of our conservation efforts. And to touch on the accurate recognition, for those who have been breeding deer for a really long time, no one will disagree with that comment of accurate recognition of it being a conservation effort. So I feel like we're on the path to that. And to me, that's one of the most important things that we could do is make awareness to what it is that we do, because a lot of people just don't understand it. I feel like it's important to acknowledge that several of the proposed rules prevent new opportunities for breeders that are not currently feasible under the current existing regulations. We remain optimistic that the potential to further refine these rules and simplify them is in our future. And I've discussed several ways and envisioned a future for an industry that has significantly suffered due to various errors on many parts. So my optimism is rooted in our capability to continuously improve and progress, seeking solutions and aid for those currently in need of relief. So with that, I know there's a lot of animosity surrounding the ID component. It's just certainly understandable as being a deer breeder myself. But I do hope that common sense will prevail as we move forward. I appreciate your time.
Jody, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'll thank you guys again, but Jody and Jonathan have been fantastic, and you guys have represented your associations incredibly well. Your membership should be very proud of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's all right. So we've got 30 people plus or minus. We've got 3 minutes apiece. That's 90 minutes. That's 1.5 hours. So brevity would be great on the speaker's part. So if you guys will start lining up. Walter Martin, Hank Sailors, Kristen Sailors, Wendy Schmidt, Billy Emick, Matt Wagner, Elise Emick, Roy Leslie. All right, Walter Martin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Walter Martin, and I'm a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, and I'm here today representing 4th generation of my family's ranch and interests as landowners known as the Westwind Ranch in Zavala County. Our ranch is in proximity of 2 Zavala County breeder facilities that have positive CWD tests. I want to thank the commissioners and the agency's Wildlife Division field staff for their tremendous amount of time and efforts on behalf of arguably our state's largest and greatest asset, the native white-tailed deer population, and on behalf of the landowners who are the stewards of these natural resources. We appreciate the field staff's hard work, dedication, and tireless efforts fighting to prevent a CWD outbreak. We also respect the complex decisions this commission has to make regarding CWD, even those we disagree with. CWD has been a difficult and at times contentious subject. However, the commissioners have listened to and been advised by all stakeholders regarding CWD. The proposed rule changes use science, common sense, and were proposed in good faith. Other states like Wisconsin have taken a passive approach, in some instances losing control of the disease as it spreads. Per Wisconsin's DNR website, Richland County, Wisconsin last year had a 33% positive CWD test rate in 1,330 samples of their native deer population. Their hunting economy is being devastated. In contrast, Texas Parks and Wildlife's field staff and this commission have been proactive, preventing the spread of the disease into the state's native deer population from breeders' herds. These are the reasons why my family and I support and agree with all the proposed CWD rule changes as published. Concerning one of the proposed rule changes, I would like to highlight the importance of permanent visual ID tags and the benefits to all stakeholders. Last year, Brown County CWD positive case emphasizes the requirement for permanent visual ear tags. In this case, a breeder's facility had a positive test. Using the current tracing regulations, a deer was located at the release site in Brown County. The release site owner did not remove the visual ear tag. This allowed for a timely and proper identification so that the landowner could ethically and lethally remove the correct deer from the population. The postmortem test showed CWD positive results in the lymph nodes and brainstem. Per the current regulations, the deer tested negative antemortem prior to release. In addition, this release site had other breeders' deer from multiple facilities. Visual tags allow these breeders to continue to move deer, preventing a disruption in their businesses. Neighbors notified could identify the deer had it escaped on their property and could assist other stakeholders in this solution. A lesson Brown County occurrence taught us was TWD's current rules, TPW's current rules with the proposed rule change regarding permanent visual ID or tags.
Walter, if you'll wrap up, please.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Prevent the spread of CWD in the native white-tailed deer population, reduce the possibility of a CWD disaster for all stakeholders. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, no problem. Hank Sailors.
How are y'all doing? I'm Hank Sailors, and I have a small breeding operation in East Texas, and I do not agree with the proposed rule changes. I think it is an overreach of authority of the committee, and in my opinion, will overall hurt property values and the industry in a whole. I do, however, agree we should terminate quarantine zones. On the topic of identification and pasture, there has already been ruled by the legislator and should not be overturned unless it's by them. This speaks to property owner rights and should not be decided by appointed committee. In conclusion, I disagree with the proposed new rules and hope that your decision is one of common sense and has the people and property owners of Texas at heart. Your decision directly affects my family. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Hank. Kristen Sailors.
I'm Kristen Sailors from Chandler, Texas. Back in 2023, you may recall a 15-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed teenager, as beyond her years, spoke to you on behalf of deer breeders across Texas. While she's at school doing teenager things like preparing for cheer competition, you guys get to hear from both of her parents today, who aren't near as eloquent of speakers as she. On Monday, we as a family watched the inauguration of President Trump and openly discussed policies he was enacting immediately and how those would directly and indirectly affect our various businesses, which in turn directly affect our family. The main topic we discussed is about how the people in the U.S. came together to vote because they knew he was capable of overthrowing the corruption that we've been dealing with for quite some time in the U.S. We also talked about how actions always speak more than words. I think it's obvious to you as the board that we, the people, do not agree with the proposed changes by the sheer amount of people here speaking against it today, as well as the 86% of the public commenting received against the rules. If you choose to approve these changes, it will continue to be obvious that you're not acting on the behalf of the majority of the people who are fully invested in the positive future of the whitetail population of Texas. We are parents, we are avid hunters, we are responsible deer breeders, and we are born and raised Texans, and we are here today to take a stand for the future of hunting in Texas, the future of our business, and the future of our children. Listen to the real science, leave the political agendas aside, and stand up for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Schmidt.
Good morning, or afternoon, I don't know where we're at. Wendy Schmidt, I'd like to ask if any of you recognize me from the last couple of meetings. I just want it on record that I don't feel like some of us deer breeders have been fairly representative by our own representatives. With that being said, I can name several breeders that's been here and been vocal and offering to help. Billy and Alice Emig spent a small fortune to try to help all deer breeders, not a select few. My father-in-law, Bobby Schmidt, Jason Chansey. I can name more, but my point being, we've stood up here multiple times for the good of all and not a select few. No one has reached out from our representation to talk to us about how we feel and our ideas. So our so-called representatives have also ignored calls and refused to acknowledge us. These proposed rules are so cumbersome that the average person can't read it, much less understand what they've read. I'm sure you've looked at it yourself. Evelyn Wood couldn't read this stuff. The proposed rules are nothing but discriminatory against deer breeders only and have absolutely no bearing on controlling CWD. Requiring deer breeders to double fence is the rule to keep the CWD out? I mean, because we test what's in. It makes no sense because your proposed rule says if a deer tests positive outside of a breeder fence within a 5-mile radius, the breeder property is the only property affected and will be shut down for no less than 1 year. Discriminatory. Will an ear tag? What will an ear tag do to prevent CWD from spreading? You already track the deer breeder and where they're released, and I bet some of you have some of those deer on your property. What has happened to the common sense standing up for what's right? Parks is looking for a grand solution for what? CWD is still less than 1% in 20 years of searching for it. And better yet, deer breeders are less than 1% of the deer population. That's from your own records. Deer breeders are less than 1% of the deer population. What happened to justify all this nonsense? Where are all the dead deer from CWD? Where are all the positives? Better yet, where's all the common sense? Why are we spending all our tax dollars on a possibility? This is the third commissioners' meetings I've been to in a row, and the people have voted to disagree completely with the proposed rules. At what point will you hear we the people? Commissioners,
Great. Wrap up, please, Wendy.
managers do things right. Leaders do the right thing. I'm asking you to be a leader today.
Great. Thank you very much. Billy Emick.
Frustration is a mere euphemism for what I feel today. We're even told by TDA that this is already a done deal. You've already made up your minds, you've already voted, so this is perfunctory. But I want you to at least hear me out, because this is probably the last time I will ever be before you. I've been to many meetings before you. The lies, misleading statements, and the factually incorrect science information that has been presented to you by your staff have gotten the best of my best demeanor, and I apologize for that. Looking at these proposals today, it is clear that any leadership from the deer breeders is either completely inept and incompetent, or they have self-served themselves at the expense of our entire industry. All the directors and members of the TDA were not consulted about this process or informed as we have gone along, or asked for our input or opinions of what has come before you. Example, trying to do all this. How can anyone be asked to sign a herd plan that is completely open-ended, that has no recourse for any of us, and that by all means shuts our business down? Have you read one? If you haven't, you owe it to yourself. We have asked this staff in formal meetings with legislators to simply provide a financial model that that can show that anybody who signs a herd plan has a financial viability or future. They cannot, they have not, and they will not provide you with that, because signing a herd plan is instant death for anybody in our business, and they know it. They want us out of business. I don't understand why Texas Parks and Wildlife wants to be in the deer management business. Disease management of any species is not your mandate, nor are you very good at it. Ask any of your staff what are the top 50 things that kill deer in Texas. A, they won't answer you because CWD doesn't make the list. So you're really not you're not really concerned about the health of deer. You're concerned about the COVID of deer. They get financial benefit from tracking it, just from us,
wrap up, please.
And not from you, not from anybody that is an MLD, and not from anybody that's low fence. This is completely discriminatory, and any of you that are in the business need to recuse yourself from voting on this, because it is absolutely a conflict of interest. I've got lots more to say. Two minutes is not worthy of trying to
All right, thank you, Billy. Thank you.
The horrible situation that we're in.
Understand. All right, thank you. Matt Wagner. Matt Wagner.
Greetings, Chairman Hildebrand and Commission members. I'm Matt Wagner, Executive Director of the Texas Chapter of the Wildlife Society. At almost 1,000 members, we're the largest chapter in the nation of the Wildlife Society, which is an international organization formed in 1937. The Texas chapter supports this proposal package, knowing that it has additional risk associated with it. But we especially appreciate the inclusion of visible ID for all released deer and the double fencing requirement for breeding facilities. These are positive steps that we have supported for years, and we thank the Commission for taking them. At Chairman Hildebrand's direction, the Department is trying to embark on a new phase in CWD management. For 10 years, you've tried to work with deer breeders to develop rules to stop the spread of this disease while allowing the movement of deer to all corners of the state. During these years, the department has used the zone approach to manage CWD, and the disease has continued to spread. In the last 5 years, 29 deer breeding facilities where CWD has been confirmed transferred a total of 8,109 deer to 235 additional breeding facilities and 460 release sites located in a total of 139 counties in Texas. Just since August, there have been 3 new positives detected in breeding facilities or release site and 1 positive in free-ranging deer. These proposed rules are the department's answer to living with CWD. We highly advocate for a way to inform the public on current and future positive CWD occurrences in the state. Hunters and landowners have a right to know where the disease has been detected on the landscape. And in closing, I'd like to quote a Texas court in a 1995 deer case, State versus Bartee. The power of a state agency is to be exercised like all other powers of government, as a trust for the benefit of the people, and not as a prerogative for the advantage of the government or for the benefit of private individuals. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Alice Emig.
Morning. I'm sorry it's not 2 minutes, Commissioner.
It's 3.
I'm sorry you
Yeah, you
didn't
get 3.
get that. Well, I've been here several times. I don't have anything written down because it's just reality. We were not represented, and I have your board members, several TDA board members that will be willing to say that. If they know they're protected, they're willing to take that call from you. I just let that sink in for a little, that there was an agreement. I love the one agreement on both sides. The zones need to go away. But I also am an advocate because I understand that you need to monitor things and you have scientists involved. And I get that the public should understand where the CWD exists. But instead of pitting neighbors against neighbors, which was what the outcome of the zoning and holding public forums and the zombie deer that are going to eat your face off happened, what I think matters more is that we go, you have a list, like you said, getting this up and going where you can monitor this, you can get your funding, when you turn in test results. I also encourage that testing is done more often throughout the wild because I do believe CWD exists. We keep running with numbers, but you look at the year that people were forced into, and they did. We all said this is a good idea. When the breeders started testing 100%, that's not that long ago, you're starting to see CWD occur. And we're learning, and I've talked to, you've got Dr. James Kroll, you've got Dr. Seabury. I mean, I go over all these Wisconsin. Actually, the deer, they're actually going to let antlerless deer hunting in Wisconsin, which if you wanted to go over Wisconsin as example, they have too many deer. So there's always this and that. There's got to be a path. I'm begging you, and it comes down for the representation. I was stunned when I came to Corpus, when I saw this Hail Mary come together. And I'm like, I actually recognize some of the language. It's the right path, but if you wanted to do it, there needs to be a better definition. You're looking at a bunch of breeders that see all this and they don't understand the wording, and you're saying, well, we're going to go in and do this and this. I think concise language is more important right now. I think it has to get down and get more defined. This is a herd plan by the United States, USDA. It's 4 pages long. 4 pages. This is a herd plan from your department. This is not easy for somebody that doesn't have a law degree for me to deal with, okay? This is, it's extreme. And I think you're asking us to sign something that's not even defined yet of what it should be. And that's for you to vote and say, well, whatever it is, we're going to slim it down. I actually think if you have a positive, I'm the one that steps up and said, handle it like disease, kill that deer, test, everything else, this and different. I mean, I recognize the efforts that you guys put into this. I can see it. I know it. I just feel that, and I'm John True, I so want you open. You should have never been closed down to begin with. And
All right, Ms. Emick.
He used to represent us beautifully.
Understand.
But as soon as he got tied up, that voice weakened. And I just, we need to all be heard and for people to come and present it. The board was not presented with everything, and I have people that will come to you and say that.
Understand, but your association is not our issue. That is a governance issue amongst your members. So, all right, thank you.
That's
All right,
very reasonable.
Thank you, Ms.
I just wanted you
Emick.
to understand when you're being, somebody saying they're representing, there's two sides to that.
Understand. Thank you
Okay?
very much.
Thank you.
All right, Roy Leslie.
My name is Roy Leslie. I think all y'all know where I stand, in front here, on the side, and in the back, and I don't need 3 minutes. I'm a low-fence, no-lease landowner in far northwest Kendall County. We're part of a 139-year-old Texas Heritage Ranch, winner of the 2014 Parks and Wildlife Foundation Lone Star Land Steward Award and 2013 Texas Wildlife Society Land Steward Award, and I support the proposed rule changes. I won't nitpick over the parts of which I have concern, since the general results cover most of the items I've campaigned for since 2015. With visible ID, double police fencing, neighbor protection and notification, and enhanced testing, I can say I support the changes. I also applaud the shifting of some of the direct costs combating the disease away from Parks and Wildlife to those responsible for its spread. But I do agree with staff's assessment under item number 3, public health benefits / cost, that the proposed rules present, and I quote, the minimally acceptable probability that CWD will not be spread from locations and facilities where it might exist, end quote. To my eyes, and apparently those of your staff, these rules represent the bare minimum of efforts to contain CWD, the bare minimum. I'm reluctant to guess which direction that you will take, but these proposed changes have given me hope. Hope that you'll recognize that you represent the only real chance we have to stop the spread of chronic wasting disease. Hope that you'll consider your legacy as Parks and Wildlife Commissioners. I hope that you'll be remembered as alarmed conservationists who tried to contain a deadly wildlife disease, not as protectors and promoters of a niche business that so often has ignored the existential threat to our iconic free-range white-tailed deer. We're doing our part, and now it's up to you. And I'll offer my thanks in anticipation of your positive vote. I would also hope that you could disregard the budgetary and financial threats that were thrown this way a few speakers ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. All right, so let's line up 10 more. Jerome Linyard, Monty Irwin, John True, Riley Price, Hal Rose, Chris Timmons, George Courtney, Mary Moit. Okay. Jerome.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I would like to preface by saying thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to speak our minds. My name is Jerome Lanier. I'm a resident of Brazos County, and I'm a student at Texas A&M University, a PhD student in animal science at Texas A&M University, and I'm just somebody who loves to hunt and somebody that has worked on a deer breeding operation for a summer. You know, the chronic wasting disease, you know, it's a very serious concern that requires thoughtful action. But I would like to first consider the scale of the issue. Deer and breeder pens do only account for just 1% of the total deer population in Texas. These are meticulously cared for animals that are subjected to rigorous health monitoring. Every deer is tested for CWD before being released into high fence pastures, a level of oversight far exceeding that applied to free-ranging deer. To demand additional testing, in my opinion, which is both costly and, in my opinion, redundant, unfairly burdens these breeders to serves only to stifle a thriving industry that contributes significantly to the Texas economy. Moreover, the requirement for ear tags in addition to microchips and tattoos is a classic example of regulatory overreach. These identification methods already provide robust tracking and monitoring capabilities. Mandating another layer of identification does not enhance disease control, but instead adds unnecessary expense and logistical challenges for the deer breeders. Such measures only serve to make an already demanding process even more cumbersome without tangible benefits, in my humble opinion. The current reliance on rectal biopsies for CWD testing is yet another issue that demands scrutiny, in my opinion. This method, to me, is invasive, harmful, and quite frankly, does not serve to be in the best interest of the animals. We must push for the development and implementation of a less intrusive and more humane testing methods. Science and innovation do offer great alternatives, and we owe it to these animals and to the people who care for them to adopt and to adapt to better practices. High fence hunting facilitated by deer breeders provides a unique opportunity for young and novice hunters to experience the outdoors in a controlled and safe environment, me included. In conclusion, the regulations imposed on these Texas deer breeders, whom I am a very, very good friends with Texas deer breeders, but these regulations imposed on them in the name of CWD control are, in my opinion, disproportionate and punitive. They ignore the negligible role of the deer breeder in disease spread and impose unnecessary costs and harm a vibrant industry that benefits our communities. I urge you all and policymakers throughout the state to reconsider these measures and adopt a more balanced approach that protects both public interests and the livelihoods of the Texas deer breeders. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Monty Irwin.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Monty Irwin from Godley, Texas. I'm here representing Performance Feeds, Godley Deer Farm, and Circle I Deer Farm. I've spent a lifetime of managing whitetail deer on low fence and high fence operations. I'm an avid conservationist. I spend lots of hours out in the field. And the current deer breeders have dropped to such a low number of less than 1% of the total deer population. And we're spending a tremendous amount of time regulating. It seems like we keep coming here, adding more. It looks like we're doing a pretty good job. It looks like we have removed a lot of deer that could have potentially been a problem. And so we keep adding this. The only thing I see happening is it's going to exterminate all of us. We have a very important part in conservation, habitat, everything, the recruitment of hunters. They have opportunities on a lot of these extra places that they would not have otherwise. They would not get access to some places, and they might, if you just get 2 or 3 or 10 children out to hunt on one of our places, that's a positive. We need to look at that. Do we really need a lot more? The nutrition and genetics is the answer to disease resistance. Please allow us time to accomplish these goals and maybe table some of these additional regulations until we see how it's all developing. We just went through a big series of other regulations. Now we're facing more. I don't know when it's going to end. I guess when we do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. John True.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chairman Bell, members of the commission. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today and speak. For the record, John True. I'm a deer breeder in Hunt County. While others may disagree with this package in its entirety, I promise you they don't know what it's like to be in a containment zone, unable to operate a business while still paying your employees and feeding your animals. I'm truly grateful and appreciative to you and to staff for coming up with a pathway forward that this package provides for every other innocent, law-abiding breeder that has the misfortune of finding himself in this same situation. I will say, for what it's worth, if Pasture ID wasn't part of this package, I don't think you'd see the noticeable engagement that you do today from industry. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John. Riley Price.
Hello, my name is Riley Ann Price. I come from West Texas. I am a proud agriculturalist. I like to say that I'm rooted in agriculture and committed to conservation. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be here today. There is something to be said for being from America and especially the great state of Texas, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to stand here and use my 3 minutes. The proposed rule package is less than perfect. I'll agree completely with John, as he just spoke, that if we didn't have this visible ID portion, I think that the entire atmosphere in this room could be different today. I'll get to that. These rules allow a way forward for our industry. They lend a hand to the Texas deer breeders, and that is vital. It is vital that we have breeder cooperation, and it is important that we maintain that cooperation. Just like Mr. Kane said, it allows expansion for business opportunities, and for that I'm grateful. From the very first time that I stood behind this podium, I asked for us to step away from the zones. I was concerned with what it did with the property values as a landowner in Texas, and that I am grateful for, and so very thankful for the consideration on that. Visible ID will not mitigate CWD in Texas. Having a tag in a deer's ear will not mitigate that. And I have 2 more pages of notes right here that I've written down and thought on while I drove 5 hours to come here today. But the truth is I can't stand here in good faith and read what's on this paper and overlook what's on my heart. The atmosphere in this room today is absolutely horrendous. I am saddened that we have this opportunity and so many have squandered it. I am saddened by the mocking and the behavior that is taking place in this room because we are adults. We are Texas citizens. And if we would work as hard to promote hunting and the wildlife industry in Texas as we are fighting amongst each other in this room today, we might truly could accomplish something. And I don't know how any individual in this room expects any of you to set forth a rule package that pleases all of us when all we have done is come to this podium and argue amongst each other. We are aware of what is happening. We have been well represented. And we all need to learn to mind our manners because that's what our mothers would want from us.
Thank you, Mrs. Price. Mr. Hal Rose.
Well, that's kind of hard to follow.
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Mind your
I too
manners.
have many notes as I drove from Little Old Junction, Texas, Kimball County. I'm the county judge for Kimball County. I am the proud great-grandson of a rancher and hunting operation in Kimball County since the 1880s. And last but maybe least, I'm also a lawyer. I'm here today to basically say there's good and there's bad, there's trash and there's treasure. No rule, regulation, legislative package is ever going to be perfect, but this one can be better. On behalf of the citizens of Kimball County, on behalf of somebody that has dealt with CWD, I happen to have a house in one of the CWD zones in Kimball County and an operating ranch and hunting lease operation in another one of the CWD zones. Love the fact that we're doing away with zones. The problem is that my county, the residents, some of them, whether they know it or not, they rely almost exclusively from an economic perspective on hunting. And CWD scares the shit out of a lot of the people that hunt in Kimball County. And until we have, and until y'all have a better idea of the science, a better idea of how to manage this disease, I would implore y'all to press pause and get the treasure out of the proposed regulations and do away with some of the things that still, in my opinion, are trash. And I thank you on behalf of the citizens of Kimball County.
Thank you very much. Chris Timmons.
Commission, Chairman Hildebrand, for the record, my name's Chris Timmons. I've been breeding deer since 2001. I'm a member of the Whitetail Advisory Committee and also the CWD Task Force. I've been there since its conception in 2015. There's several rules or proposals to these rules that I agree with, several I don't agree with, but there's one that I don't agree with and is really hard for me to swallow. And one of the proposals to do away with the surveillance zones, I'm all for that. I'm a low fence landowner. I don't want to get caught up in that. I need my property to be as worth as much as possible. I don't have much of it. But they're proposing to do away with zones, but at the same time, they're making a special zone for deer breeders. They're calling it a proximity rule, but it's still a zone. If you're within if they find a free range positive within 5 miles of my facility that's double fenced, has been for years, all of a sudden, I've got to do a whole herd test. I know the department did a impact study, and for the size of our herd, we're looking at $200,000 to do that test. Not to mention the deer I'm going to lose trying to do the test, then going on top of that, doing without revenue for a year. Now we're looking at $1 million hickey. And it's all based on an if. We're basing all of that on that one deer out there 5 miles away got into my facility or gave it to my facility or I gave it to them. But we're still testing 20 to 25% of our herd every year. Those deer are leaving, we're testing 20 to 25% the next year. So 4 years in a row, you're getting basically a whole herd test. So all I'm asking is if you decide to get rid of zones for everybody. It's not going to change or alter the amount of testing we're already doing, but it will remove that $1 million if, because that hurts. And thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, one other thing. I don't know if you have the power to do this, but if you're offering preempted pardons, I'd like one.
Don't have that authority, unfortunately. George Courtney.
Chairman, thank you. Hey, he's hard to follow. I've been following him for 15 years. My name is George Courtney. I've served on many committees. I've been on boards, nonprofit. I'm very much heavily involved in the deer breeding business and ranch business. I keep hearing people say, and I've never really set up here, I've spoke behind some doors with some of you in the past and some other congressmen, but what I'm confused about is people saying the movement, they're for these rules. The problem is we don't even know how deer get CWD, plain and simple. It's a long process. We've had scientists, we've had people, they still can't do it. Is it spontaneous, is it not? Here's what I'm asking. I do oppose the rules as written right now. I would like for you guys to put that on pause. I don't understand out of common sense. We have CWD in New Mexico. We have CWD in Colorado. We have CWD in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. We test for CWD. We're going to find it where we test for it. Some common sense has got to come into play and stop. And being an epidemiologist and having an EpiLink, which leads, Mr. Chairman, to what you stated earlier when the senator was speaking, we're here to talk about the rules and regulations today. You guys are getting these rules and regulations from your link people giving you and briefing you on this information. I had a long speech written out, but everybody's covered everything. I'm just asking you all to use some common sense. There are a couple things good in this package, it needs to be worked on, absolutely, and there's some things in here that don't even need to pass. So I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you for listening, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Mary, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hildebrand, members of the Commission, Dr. Yaskowitz. My name is Mary Pearl Moit, and I serve as the president of Texas chapter of the Wildlife Society, representing over 1,000 wildlife professionals and wildlife students across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today again on our continued concerns on the spread of CWD. Texas chapter, as you've heard earlier, supports the direction of the proposed rules package, specifically the inclusion and retention of visible identification requirements for all breeder deer. Visible ID is a crucial step towards improving traceability and compliance, which are essential to protecting Texas's deer populations. While this solution alone, as you've heard many a times today, will not mitigate the spread of CWD, it is one of the many tools in the toolbox that's needed for landowners and resource managers in protecting their native herds and habitats. In addition to expressing our support, I would like to again highlight 2 key points for your consideration. First, maintaining public awareness and stakeholder engagement must remain a priority. Successfully combating CWD requires a collective effort. It is critical that landowners, hunters, and all resource stewards not only understand the regulations, but also feel empowered to take an active role in addressing this disease. Continued transparency in disease occurrence, public education, and neighboring property outreach efforts by the department are essential to foster this understanding and support. Second, the department's staff must have the capacity and support necessary from this body and leadership to effectively implement and enforce these regulations. Ensuring compliance with complex rules with varying degrees of residency terms, fencing, testing, proximity detections will require resources, staff training, and additional personnel potentially. Without adequate support, these well-intentioned regulations may fall short of their potential. Texas chapter remains committed to working with the department, other conservation organizations, and stakeholders to ensure the successful implementation of measures to control CWD. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Sarah Knox, John Capadona, Stephen Weiser, Jason Chancewine, Bobby Schmidt, Marie Camino, Brian Wilson. I'll stop there. Miss Knox.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Sarah Lemoyne Knox. I'm from Coleman, Texas. I am an attorney, but that's not why I'm here today. My family owns about 30,000 acres in Coleman County, which is all within the CWD zone. First and foremost, before I even go forward, I really want to thank the staff and Alan and Ben for all that they did for Coleman County. I don't know if y'all know this, but they really helped ease in the transition of what was going on in Coleman, and they listened to our outcries and talked to us when there was a bunch of us there. And I think a lot of those things that we talked about in Coleman was brought to the table and part of the process of what's happened today. Along with, I wanted to thank TWA and TDA for all working together. What's happened today is an amazing feat. It's not perfect. It's not. But it's something. And I will say for Coleman County, and I would like to mention too that, for the past meetings that I've been here, there's a gentleman that comes with me. He sits back there and he just listens, but he doesn't talk, and he's a breeder. And that is my neighbor. And he is an amazing person. And I'm blessed to have an amazing, amazing neighbor that takes care of business, crosses his T's, and dots his I's. Obviously, I am here in support of the proposed rules. Now, as a lawyer, we all know that compromise isn't easy. Actually, in true compromise, no one walks away happy. And I think that's what we have here today. Now, selfishly, if that compromise doesn't happen, please, Lord, let us out of this zone. Let this let the zones go away. Just like the judge in Kimball County said, keep the treasure. And I think that is one thing that everyone here does agree on, is to get rid of zones. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to everyone who has worked very hard to get here today. And I will give my time to someone else. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sarah. John Capadona.
How you doing? I'm John Capadona, Galveston County. I'm a deer breeder. I'm also a roofer, and we had a hurricane back in July, and that's what I should be doing today. But it seems every year I have to come here. They keep moving the goalposts on being a deer breeder and trying to earn more money and trying to do better for my family. But I got to come, plead my case, and beg to loosen some of the regulations and quit putting more on us. I'm opposed to the what's the word? I'm opposed to the rules package as written. There are some good things. I'm glad that it could free up some people in the containment zones. But now, for some reason now, if I'm responsible for a deer 5 miles away, I don't think anybody could go back and cite these proposals word for word, or even have any idea what the way they're written. I shouldn't be responsible for deer that's found 5 miles away from me. It's none of this does anything to stop CWD. If it were, I mean, we could breed all of the good breeding values and SS's and double ear tags and double fences. I'll do it all if that's going to stop CWD, but it's not. If you say do it, I'll do it. I should be held not liable if CWD should show up one day. I did everything that you asked me to do. Keep on pouring it on us, and it's gotten old. No one, not the TWA, not the TDA, I knew I need to come to represent myself because no one has my interest like I have my own interest at heart. CWD is not detriment to wildlife. I mean, if Brown County, drive through Brown County, I have a friend up there, drive through there at 10 o'clock at night, 70 miles an hour, and see how bad CWD is taking care of it, because it's not, you're gonna get hit by a dang deer up there. We're not smarter than Mother Nature. We keep going with all these rules and go to vet school and biology and all that. We're not smarter than Mother Nature. If it takes 5 to 7 years, like I read, for CWD to kill a white-tailed deer, if that were a doe, that's 5 to 7 years of her having babies, and those babies having babies, those babies having babies. Through her own progeny, that's offspring for the Longhorns in here, but through her own progeny, she's already made her own replacement tenfold. Whether she gets ate by a coyote, whether she gets run over by a Buick, or should CWD finally take her, she's already made her replacement. Mother Nature is smarter than we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Capadona. Stephen Weiser.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to all my fellow breeders that are here representing our industry. I want to start by strongly disagreeing to all the proposed rules. We currently test every deer that we move. We follow the epidemiological trace, and the test should end, that epidemiology test should end all the epidemiology. So we're told that the tests aren't accurate. They don't do good, but the expense, we're small businesses. I mean, my friends and I, to do a whole herd test costs $40,000, $50,000. That's a hit to a small family business. And we're doing these things, and every time we turn around, somebody else is spending our money. I heard people on the pro new rules. They don't have any skin in the game. I'll listen to people that have skin in the game. Every time it costs them, it costs the deer breeders. These guys can voluntarily harvest all their deer and test all their deer. You know why they won't? Because you'll give them consequences if they come up with a positive. It ruins the value of their land. they're not going to do it. So they're going to spend our money. It's getting old. I'm with the 86% of the people that said they disagree completely with this. And I also agree 100% with our senators and representatives. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Jason Chansey.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jason Chansey. I'm a deer breeder in Central Texas. Thank you all for hearing our testimony today. And I'm here today to ask you to table this proposal, to table these rules, let the legislators look at it, let us have some more time to digest it, get some more voices to the table, to get some more input into this. Because there's a lot of stakeholders involved that I don't know that we're actually asked to put their input into this. It's an albatross of a rules package. This thing's huge. I mean, we as small business owners, we can't afford to hire a team of lawyers to find out if we're in compliance or not. And as big as this rule package is, that's what some of us are looking at. I'm not a lawyer. I dated a lawyer once, but that didn't rub off on me. So it's too open-ended. There's too many items in it that were supposed to have already been settled, like the ear tags. Let's punt it back, go back to the drawing board, get a lot more concession to this with other stakeholders that are involved. The cost of the double fencing is substantial for a small business owner. I don't make a whole lot of money a year doing this as a business. I make enough money so that I can take my kids to go see Yosemite in California. I can take my kids to go see the Grand Canyon. That's what I'm a deer breeder for, is for my family. I'm not making $1 million doing this. I'm not one of these big guys that can afford to put up another fence around my place. That's insane. And to ask me to be responsible for what's going on 5 miles away from my property, there's nothing in this rule package that would say, Mr. Chansey, you have McGregor Airport just north of you. It's 1,000 acres, it's high fence. That is a barrier to get that deer that's 5 miles north of you that might have somehow exposed itself to my deer. That needs to be defined in here. We're not asking to completely wipe the whole thing out. We're asking for a consideration to go back, make it more defined so that it's something that we can all live with. The ear tags, look, this has been kicked around and kicked around and kicked around. We keep coming back to this. It seems like every year we keep coming back to the ear tags. Can we settle it once and for all, take that completely out of the package, get it out of here? But please consider punting this whole package down the road for just a short time later, for the 90 days that Senator Hall asked, for the 90 days that Mr. Miller asked for. Let's look at it in 90 days, 100 days, whatever it takes to try to get something that all stakeholders can digest and be okay with, especially us small business owners that we can't afford to take these hits that you're asking us to with this rule package. Thank you.
Understand. Thank you. All right, Bobby Schmidt.
Commissioners, staff, here we are again. I don't believe as much hadn't been said today, and so I don't know even where to start. Just that this 53 pages here, I printed off the new rules of chronic wasting disease. It'd been a lot simpler if it had been in English where I could have understood it. That's my first problem. But I hope y'all do see where we totally disagree with it as deer breeders. I mean, there's so many things that have been said here today, you know, about CWD. It came up, I have one thing I hadn't come up today, I heard it before, that CWD first showed up in Texas. It came from West Texas in the mountains over in El Paso, and then the Panhandle came into Texas. It was several years before it was ever found in deer breeders' pens, but it was found there. I think Dr. Waldrop told me the other day he had 26 or 28 that he had tested positive over there. And we're told, well, that must have come in from New Mexico. Well, those must have come in from Oklahoma. Well, it's out there in the wild. We know it's out there in the wild. It was first found in Kendall County and all over here, and first time this all showed up. And we don't test, you know, like MLD permits have come up. Why not test that and see? But there's a whole lot of people in this room that ain't gonna go for that, I promise you. They don't want to find it on their place. I had a good friend the other day. He's a big member of TPWD, dear friend of mine. There ain't no way I'm testing no deer on my place. But what would be wrong with that if you want to really find out the facts? I think I saw the other day, 47% of the deer breeder deer have been tested right now. Less than 1% is positive, but what has been tested in the wild is nearly to that same number. So, you know, it doesn't make sense to, All them deer breeders, hell yeah, that's what I think. It's just more, it's hard to do business when the rules change every 6 months. You don't know which way to turn, what to do next, and what's gonna hit you in the ass tomorrow. That's the problem we have here. And I just wish you'd do something about it. I got one more question to ask and I'll get out of here. How many people in this room have ever seen or know of a deer that died from CWD? Anybody? I'd like to talk to you. Anybody? Hunter Reed, you ever seen one? Deer died from CWD? Yes. You have. Alan?
Yeah, we got video of some.
Video of them died and no one knows what they died from CWD. They may have CWD, but they're not gonna die from CWD till 5-7 years down the road, and everybody knows that.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Thank you. Marie Camino.
Hello, Chair Hildebrand and Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment again today. My name is Marie Camino. I'm with the Nature Conservancy in Texas. I'll keep this short. TNC has worked in the Lone Star State for 6 decades. We are dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. Across our 37 nature preserves and more than 160 conservation easements, we provide habitat for nearly 900 animal species, including native Texas deer. Zone-based strategies such as containment zones and surveillance zones have led to administrative burden on the department. Risk-based management, focusing on confirmed CWD cases and free-ranging native and exotic species, is an adaptive strategy that limits burden on the department by eliminating the need for rulemaking each time a detection occurs. Additionally, the live testing and fencing requirements outlined, such as enhanced postmortem testing, testing before a live animal movement, increased record keeping, perimeter fencing requirements, and fencing for release sites will promote early detection and limit the possibility of disease transmission. TNC supports the regulations proposed and thanks you for your work on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Camino. Brian Wilson.
Commissioners, these regulations and the consistent push to kill deer breeding and essentially the high fence hunting industry in the state of Texas will soon be your trophy to hang on your wall. Our industry has been cut in half in just a few short years of the overreach of power and regulations. There's got to be around 2,500 people that have lost their jobs over the people that have gotten out of business, and that's going to affect easily tens of thousands of people monetarily. Commissioner Bell, I believe you made the comment in a commission hearing not long ago that something about you couldn't believe that the northern states were leading Texas in the deer breeding industry. And here we are, and this is why. The testing implemented upon us is the demise of several deer farmers. I handed out a study whenever I come in to be passed out to y'all. And the test we're doing is testing we are forced to do is the root cause to more positives. I brought y'all the copy. The Cliff Note version of the copy is if you damage the oral mucosal tissue prior to exposure to CWD, that damage significantly increases the susceptibility, which is summarized in Table 1 of the attached paper. This is relevant to the annual antemortem testing procedures related to the rectal mucosa, associated lymph node tissue, and the tonsil lymph node tissue. The low-level environment contamination and the contamination of ag products, and et cetera, which can be entered through the broken tissue. I'm not sure our hunting operation or several others can continue with these ridiculous regulations. We've just been about bled out. I'm sure you're aware of the multiple Texas deer breeders and hunting ranches that are selling out and steadily crossing our northern border, starting over in Oklahoma. This needs to stop before TPWD and their special interest groups completely hand over our industry and our livelihoods to the state of Oklahoma on a silver platter.
Great, thank you. All right, we've got our last group here: Lavone Burdall, Jenny Sanders, Rick Young, Trent Barley, and Rodney Parrish. Ms. Burdall.
Hello, I'm Lavone Burdall from LB Whitetails since 1997 over in Bastrop County. So we meet again. I'm here today along with many of my fellow deer breeders to represent our industry just as we have many times before. As with any industry, there are many different perspectives within, so it's best to speak up for yourself any chance you can. As you can see today, many members of our industry choose to come to Austin every time new rules are proposed, taking that opportunity to stand before you and dispute the proposal and offer better options. Unfortunately, the proposed rules usually seem to pass and we wait for that next meeting to try again. It's become a cycle, an ineffective cycle. I grew up in Texas, been part of agriculture my whole life, farming and ranching, and deer breeding is considered part of agriculture in this great state, and is an important part. It takes a lot of faith to be a part of agricultural industry. Faith in God and the guidance through the struggles on our path, as well as the blessings. That faith gets tested a lot, especially in our industry. Before you can even get into this business, you build a facility that must be approved with a permit issued by Parks and Wildlife. Then you pay your fees annually, you follow the established guidelines, and you're in business. The infrastructure is in place, and you go about the daily work to maintain your business, trusting the process. But the process has been changing frequently and drastically. My disagreement today is mostly with the proposed double fencing and that 5-mile radius positive rule. That's a huge design and financial burden, and that burden is just on the deer breeder, who also has the risk of, at any time, getting shut down for reasons outside of your own control. The burden continues to grow with no assurance of it having any effect. I'm not going to try to discuss the deep science behind all of this, but it does exist. CWD, by its name, is a disease. It's basically the same as scabies in sheep, which our Animal Health Commission here in Texas successfully eradicated the threat of it years ago through selective breeding. The science exists to selectively breed in deer. Please quit trying to eradicate the solution to CWD in deer. Many deer breeders, including ourselves, follow the science available to use selective breeding in our herds. We have worked with Animal Health Commission for many years in our herd, back when it was voluntary to test every death, and we trust that they will be able to guide us and this industry as we deal with this disease, as they have the knowledge and ability to do so effectively. We need to put our trust in them. They take care of the animals in the state. I have faith that eventually we can quit throwing more useless rules at this industry and instead have some faith in the science. So till we meet again, and by that I'm thinking of that familiar song that says, "By his counsel guide uphold you, with his sheep securely fold you. God be with you till we meet again."
Great. Thank you, Ms. Berdahl. Jenny Sanders.
Good afternoon. I see it is now. Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chair Bell, Commissioners, Dr. Yaskowitz, thank you for giving us this opportunity. I know it's been a long day already. My name is Jenny Sanders, and I represent myself and my family, small acreage landowners from East Texas, and lease hunters. We lease land for hunting in the Panhandle and are members of a hunting club in Trinity County, just down the road from one of the most recent positive deer breeding facilities. Testing of harvest and responsible carcass disposal has always been a part of our life. Hadn't been a big deal, and we've done it because we know it's the right thing to do. I'm in support of the CWD package as written. For well over a decade, I, along with almost all of the noted hunting, conservation, private lands, and environmental groups in Texas and beyond, have supported permanent visible ID on all released breeder deer, as prescribed by statute. Identification allows for swift and efficient location and removal of exposed animals and provides needed disclosure to hunters and neighboring landowners of the origins of captive raised deer. It's simply truth in advertising and disease management 101. As a resident of Trinity County, I'm particularly happy with the provisions that compel prompt execution of herd plans and/or depopulation of positive facilities. At last count, the Trinity County positive facility was one of about a dozen others that are refusing to depopulate and allowing the disease to fester, putting neighbors at risk of spread. 2 of those facilities have had escapes during that time. I also fully support the removal of zones, which are clearly a burden to some landowners and hunters. The proximity rules in this package seem to be a reasonable compromise. There are definitely provisions within this package that give me pause and are not fully supported by science, specifically the curtailment of the 5-year trace window for Category B facilities. That being said, in the spirit of compromise and assuming all other provisions remain in place, I can support the entire package. One last thing I want to mention is that CWD is a reportable disease, and the department has a duty to inform the public about detections. Landowners, prospective buyers, lessees, and hunters have a right to know where CWD exists on the landscape so they can make informed decisions. Mr. Chairman, you aggressively promoted the idea of increased technology adoption with the My Hunt Harvest app. That's been really successful. I've used it. I can have my kids' tags on there. It makes things so much simpler. I would highly encourage you to use that same aggressive approach to incentivize the department staff to quickly deploy a public-facing, real-time dashboard, and potentially on the app as well, for informing the public. Thank
Great.
you so much for your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Rick Young.
Thank you, Commission. I appreciate that you've really looked into trying to resolve this CWD issue. And my guess is all of you up there, men and women, would probably wish this whole thing would just go away and get out of your hair. Yeah, right. As we would too. It's obvious by now that there's differing opinions in this group. A lot of the breeders aren't going along with what's been proposed. I happen to be one of them. My personal opinion is these rules were crafted to get rid of deer breeders. We all get an opinion, but that's mine. And I don't believe that our deer breeders were accurately represented the views. I remember Chairman Hildebrand said that it's not the commission's position to govern the TDA, and I agree with that. But you chose to use the TDA as our representation. There was no email blast to deer breeders across the state seeking input into these new rules and proposals. I just found out about them last week. And I assure you, most deer breeders don't agree with this, obvious from 86%. I understand that you guys are really working hard at this, but one of the specific things I would really object to, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask, is have any of the commissioners read a herd plan in full? Am I allowed to ask that question? Show of hands. Has anybody read one? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Scott, I don't think you would sign that herd plan. I would just give you heavy odds. I'm not a bet man, but I bet you wouldn't sign that thing. And now it's part of these rules that if you don't sign a herd plan, they're going to come kill your deer. Well, guess what? If you sign the herd plan, they're going to come kill your deer. And there's no indemnity money. So why would somebody sign a herd plan that endures on over to their grandkids and their sons, their heirs and everything? You get nothing for it. So I've been offered one herd plan in 2.5 years. Now, Hunter Reed told me I've been offered more than that, but no, it's been one. If he's offered more than one, he'd probably have a record. We could probably look at it. But Mr. Scott, I know your reputation. You're a good businessman. You wouldn't sign a herd plan, not the way it's written right now, and I'm not going to sign one. So if we can get reasonable herd plans, if that's an avenue out, I bet a lot of deer breeders would go for that. Anyhow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Trent Barley.
How are you doing, Commissioners?
We're well.
Mr. Hildebrand, Mr. Bell, Dr. Yaskowitz, and the rest of this distinguished board, thank you all for having us here today. I'm a deer breeder in McCullough County. I'm firmly against a good majority of these rules. In particular, I'll give you a hypothetical. My low-fence neighbor is 2 miles down the road, and he's an electrician. He commits tax fraud. I'm a business down the road. I am now been put on house arrest, and then at the end of that, I have to pay a large fine in the form of testing. That does not seem like a viable business opportunity to continue most businesses, and that's kind of my thought process in this scenario. I'm firmly against these. Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Mr. Rodney Parrish. Come on up, Mr. Parrish.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I got a question for Alan Kane. Would he answer it?
Chairman, this is James
Murphy. Look, Rodney, this is not a Q&A.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question. He don't have to answer it, but I know the answer.
If you want that part of your public testimony, go ahead.
What is the deer herd in the state of Texas? Has it drastically changed one way or another since CWD 2012. Basically, it fluctuates. He said that to another guy. I'm sorry. But now, you know, I've been in this business 25 years. I had the same thing happen to me with a suspect deer. I've been 2 years. Nothing's happened. I've agreed to everything except the herd plan. We had the indemnity funds, everything settled out. I wouldn't sign the herd plan because it took my property rights. I'll never sign it. I met with Reed, George, Savosky, all of them to try to work it out. My herd plan come back more restrictive. You know, we had an election the other day in November. There's a new president in town. We had an election yesterday. Are y'all going to be the new president, or are you going to be the old one getting on the plane going home and feeling sorry for yourself? You know, hindsight's 20/20. An old man told me one time you can bend over every morning and see what you done wrong yesterday. I'm the old man today. Don't bend over and regret what you done today. Okay. Please, you know, it's very important to a lot of people. This disease, if you're going to test every deer breeder, then let's test every deer that's killed. See what the open country does. We have no clue how many deer are positive out there. There's deer die for no reason. They ain't tested. There's deer die for no reason in my pens. I have to test them. I've had one deer die in 2 years. Supposed to be a deadly disease. There's no sign. The deer that died, I darted her, tagged her. She was a 9-month-old fawn. And 2 days later, she was dead. I sent her off negative. There's no clinical signs of the disease. And I would be the first person to pull the trigger if it was going to destroy all the deer like these people are saying. I'd pull the trigger. Every one of them, I'd kill them. Now, we need to back off on this, go home, think about what you're doing, study about what you're doing. Don't bend over in the morning and say, I wished I hadn't have done this.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it very much. Okay, that's it for our public speakers. And so I'll open it up to any of the commissioners if they'd like to add comments and or questions of the staff. Yep, go ahead, Dick.
Commissioner Scott. Okay, where to start on this? I'm by far the oldest serving commission in the history of Parks and Wildlife. I've been here 14 years. So I've been here when the first 3 deer crossed over from New Mexico. Why somebody didn't shoot them, I do not know. But that being neither here nor there, and I'm not making light of it, by the way. I know many people on both sides of this discussion, many. And I have talked to, I can't even tell you how many in this many years. And one thing I've heard over and over and over today is kick the can down the road. And let me tell you something, we've been doing that for well over 13 years. I do not think that that's an acceptable thing to continue to do. We're not solving any problems. The problems, everybody on both sides, once again, y'all know what the problems are. And yes, is this what we're looking at? Is this a wonderful catch-all that solves everything? Of course not. It's not even close. But as a lot of my fellow commissioners, one of my favorite sayings is, if we don't start, we can't ever finish. Well, we've never started. We've kicked this can down the road. I can remember when the TDA and TWA would not even be in the same room. I am thankful that at least we have dialogue going and they're trying to work through this stuff. Whether you're for it or against it, I'm sitting here, I have nothing to do with deer breeding. I own a ranch. I have deer on it. I'm low fenced. So, I mean, I know all the arguments that everybody has said.
The only problem with not doing anything is we're just continuing to do the same thing. If we don't start somewhere, then we can't work on the things that need changing. The gentleman that spoke about the herd plan, I do not disagree. That herd plan needs work. There is no question in my mind that I don't agree. And I did take the time to read the damn thing, I'm not arguing the fact that it needs work. That's something the staff needs to work on. We need to get together. We need to keep the people that are finally in the room, because if we don't do that, we're going to end up having to do something on this commission that nobody's going to like. You know, I always say, okay, if half on one side is mad and half on the other side is mad, maybe we're somewhere near the middle. I don't know, but I know we've got work to do on what we've got in front of us, but we've got to start at some point. And our chairman Jeff and Oliver, Anna, I mean, I'd hate to even imagine how many man hours and lady hours this agency has invested in this issue in 14 years. I would hate to see that number, because I would know as a business person how bad of an ROI that has been. So, having said all of the above, I just caution everybody to look at this as it truly is a new day. It's the first time in all these years I've been involved that I have any hope of having a starting point for people to stay in the room and keep discussing and try to resolve what we, and everybody knows where some of the things were wrong. I'm not disagreeing with but either side. I'm not there. I just want to try to get something accomplished while Jeff is our chairman, because he has put in a world of effort himself, and I can assure you I know how busy he is. So everybody kind of take a deep breath and think about all this, and don't think that what we do today is the end. I mean, the way I look at it, whatever we do, it's only the beginning. So thank y'all.
Thanks, Dick. Any other questions, comments? Vice Chair?
Commissioner Bell, first, would like to second what our senior commissioner has said. There are a couple of things, and just as the short history on this piece, and for those asking about, so to speak, punting right now, if you recall, in August, we did kind of punt in August. But that's when we got the instruction from the chairman to really try to dig into this. We did not pass a rule set in August that actually would have been more onerous than the rule set today. Matter of fact, just by eliminating zones, we're freeing up 12 million acres of land, offering, and hopefully it can be valued properly, not diminished, because there's maybe a negative perception around CWD. Not all of this package is going to be perfect. There's a lot of people that have put a lot of time in. There has been, contrary to popular belief, if there is a popular belief that people have not been talking to each other, you can't talk to everybody. But there have been a lot of people talking to each other. I've had the privilege to be part of those meetings. I don't necessarily agree with every single thing in the proposal, but the only way you're going to agree with every single thing is if there's only one party doing it and you get to write it. The minute you put another party in there and you've got to start making concessions, you're automatically going to get something you prefer. This. You have to decide how much of that you want so you can move forward. This is a starting point for us. It's not all going to be perfect. We will make some adjustments in the future, but what we don't have to do, if we can move forward on something like this, we don't have to come to you in between meetings with you hearing there's been another emergency regulation put in place that no one got to comment on. We had to do just within the staff here. And I do agree on the herd plan piece. Yes, I have looked at it. It can be amended. I'll put it to you that way. That's the euphemism I'll use. It could be modified. Okay? There's a lot of work, but there are a lot of people that are trying to put in best effort. We are not trying to put deer breeders out of business. There are some costs associated with this. As we implement this, maybe those costs will be shifted and adjusted, and we can look and see what happens. There may be, the proposal, the way it reads, talks about a certain amount of testing. That testing could very easily decrease going forward as we determine maybe we have a greater reliability. We still have other scientific people we can reach out to, but we still need to act and move forward so that we can say we have a firm basis point, because there's been 2012, a lot of activity. A lot of times we were probably exercising the utmost of caution out of fear of the unknown. You know, sometimes the certainty of misery is better than the misery of uncertainty. And so when you don't know, sometimes you get overly cautious. We are trying to come up with a set of rules perhaps that lets us, let's say, live with it, move forward. There are some opportunities in this proposal for deer breeders that do allow you to stay operational if something's detected versus being shut down immediately. It may not be perfect in every single circumstance, but there are circumstances where there can be a positive around you. It does not impact your operation immediately. You get to stay movement qualified. That's a definite change from what was there before, because if there was a positive around you before, you got shut down from being movement qualified immediately. And then that's when those costs that people mentioned really could accelerate. So there is a consideration in the background trying to help with that. And I don't know enough about all of the agriculture industry, but there may be some alignment we need to do with some other pieces of agriculture. I'm not a tag guy one way or the other, but cattle are tagged, right? And by the way, those tags sometimes fall off. It's not perfect. But if cattle are tagged, could deer be tagged? I mean, we have to ask ourselves that question. I'm not saying it's the right thing, but there's options. And how do you align this so that there's a responsibility business owners have. There's a responsibility some of the advocacy organizations have. Don't be so hard on everybody all the time. But let's exercise in the sense of we try to move forward to help commerce, but also we have an obligation to protect from the spread of the disease. So we're trying to balance those two interests, and hopefully, just by the action with the surveillance zones, we have put a lot of people, we're giving people a chance to operate, a chance to breathe, a chance to say there's new air. And I don't want to belabor it anymore. It's been tough for people to try to get around this on each side. And I just want to say, for everybody that's been involved, and some of you have taken your licks throughout this process, thank you for being involved in the process. Thank you to the staff at TPWD for hanging in there. Thank you for the deer breeders that participated. Thank you for the Wildlife Association, other advocacy groups, the Texas, you know who you are. Who's provided comment, right? Because they have constituency groups there to provide us feedback. So we are trying to balance a lot of interests. And the biggest thing we're trying to do is carry out our chairman's mandate, which was try to get this problem resolved as best you can to this next level with the staff. So that's our goal. We're trying to fulfill that right now, and we'll try to get better with each step in each phase as we go on through the year without having to do it every single meeting.
Good. Thank you, Vice Chairman Bell. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Galo.
I think everything I wanted to say was so eloquently said by, yes, our senior commissioner and by our vice chairman. But I do really feel the need to have to say this, which wasn't going to be in my original comments. I sat in some of those meetings, and I can tell you that Jody and Jonathan, they represented their respective organizations very well. And they were very outspoken, and they took chances. I mean, they were very direct with me, with Vice Chairman, which I think takes a lot of courage. And so There's been countless of other people that have talked to the commissioners, to the vice chairman, to the chairman. The department has worked diligently on this. I agree it's not perfect, but it is a starting point, and I'm hopeful, and I would be proud. I mean, also, I'd like to say Kevin Davis also advocated highly, and so did Justin Dribeless. I mean, there were people representing you all. I can assure you because I was a witness. And so, yes, today I'm hopeful. It's not perfect, but it's a step forward. We're moving forward, and I'm hopeful.
Thank you, Commissioner Galo. Any other comments? Okay, I've got one additive point, and that is, Dr. Yaskowitz, I would ask that we take a hard look at our herd plans. It has consistently been an issue. I mean, the one, I think, young lady that showed a federal herd plan that's 4 pages versus our 52-page. I mean, clearly, we are looking to impose less regulation versus more. And so I would ask you and the department to go through and determine what may be a common sense oriented herd plan and just have a relook at that, because I think that is an area of huge consternation for the folks that are caught in the trap. And so I'd like to find a way to get them out of that doesn't assign away multi-generational rights to a piece of property.
Yes, Chairman, we'll take a look at that and come back.
Thank you very much. And with that, I want to extend, once again, it's been said before, but my sincere thanks to Jonathan Letts and the Texas Wildlife Association, Jody Phillips and the Texas Deer Association for coming together in a collaborative way to get to this point that we're at today. And, you know, as I reflect back on the multiple conversations we've had, I think it was all possible due to one thing, and that was trust. And that is an integral part of any negotiation is do the counterparties trust each other. And what we tried to do as a department is be the honest broker, the competent liaison that they, and I believe ultimately they trusted the staff to give them accurate and clear information in what is a very challenging disease to try to mitigate. So I can assure you both your sides represented their constituencies with passion, and they made this rule better than what it was when we started. I also want to thank the dedicated staff at Parks for the hard work in developing this rules package as well. As it's been said many times, the rule is not perfect at all, but it is a significant, correct step in the right direction. I am particularly pleased that if it passes, we will remove millions of acres, 12 million acres from the burden of containment and surveillance zones. That's the size of Rhode Island, the entire state, which has been hugely devaluing to property rights. And so that is a critical element. I'd like to thank everyone that took the time to comment on this item. I know many of you drove many hours. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to advocate for your position. This rule helps achieve some of our shared goals of bringing more certainty to landowners and small businesses while also being protective of wildlife in Texas. Thank you. And with that, is there a motion for approval?
This is Commissioner Bell, so moved.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Galo, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, action item number 7, grant of utility easement, Mitchell County, approximately 15 acres at Lake Colorado City State Park. Ms. Lofi, will you make your presentation?
Yes, sir. Chairman, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Andrea Lofi, Director of the Infrastructure Division. This utility easement is at Lake Colorado City State Park. Here you see the location of the park on the map. Here's a map showing the park within Mitchell County. Lake Colorado City State Park consists of approximately 500 acres along
Excuse
the...
me, Andrea, can you
Yes,
hold,
sir.
and let the crowd clear, because we're having problems hearing you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Lake Colorado City State Park consists of approximately 500 acres along the banks of Lake Colorado City, a 1,618-acre impoundment of Morgan Creek. Lake Colorado City was developed in 1949 to cool generators of an adjacent power station. TPWD leased the park for over 50 years and now owns the park. As you recall, we purchased the park last year. Today, the park offers swimming, fishing, boating, paddling, nature viewing, hiking, and camping for the public. Between 2017 to 2019, the park averaged 27,000 visitors a year. Encore, a utility company, approached TPWD to discuss future upgrades to an existing 345 kilovolt electric transmission line that crosses Lake Colorado City State Park and several neighboring properties. Upgrades will include Encore replacing old wooden structures with monopole type structures while upgrading capacity of the lines. Staff is requesting permission to work with Encore to possibly amend the existing easement. On the map, you see our existing easement in green, and the red outline is the section that would be added for these upgrades. To date, we've received 2 total comments. Both are in support. Staff recommends that the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission adopts the resolution attached as Exhibit A. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Is there a motion for approval? Second?
Scott, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Action item 8, acceptance of donation of land, Brewster County, approximately 640 acres at Black Gap Wildlife Management Area. Mr. Zach Spector, please make your presentation.
Okay. Chairman Hildebrand, Commission. My name is Zach Spector, Chief of Land and Conservation Initiatives. For the record, I'm here to talk about the acceptance of a donation of 640 acres of land in Brewster County at Black Gap WMA. Brewster County is in the Trans-Pecos in West Texas. Here's a location map. Here's a close-up of the subject tract located within Brewster County. You can see where it is located next to Black Gap WMA. The property consists of approximately 640 acres. It provides crucial habitat for native wildlife, is home to several rare and endangered species. The property is currently for sale and under contract by the Texas Nature Conservancy, who plans to purchase the tract and donate it to Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. The property is also a valuable spot for public access and recreation on the wild and scenic portion of the Rio Grande. The property serves as a boater takeout for floats down the Boquillas Canyon stretch and a put-in for the lower canyon stretch. These are very popular destinations. Here's a location map of the property. Black Gap WMA is located on the west in red. Big Bend National Park is in the southwest in green. The GLO lands are in purple, which Parks and Wildlife helps manage, and the subject property is located in yellow. As of last night, we had 22 total comments, all in support. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission accepts the donation of approximately 640 acres in Brewster County at Black Gap WMA. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Spector? Great, thank you. We've got one, Jeff Francel. Would you like to speak?
I know it's been a long day, so I'll be quick. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having this meeting and considering this donation of land from the Nature Conservancy. The Nature Conservancy has assisted Parks and Wildlife with the acquisition of a number of properties over the years, Palo Pinto Mountains, Powderhorn, Honey Creek being most recent. But this piece of property was brought to us by James King with King Land and Water. It was for sale. If you have ever floated the Rio Grande Wild and Scenic River, either done the Boquillas Canyons trip or the Lower Canyons trip, you have been to this piece of property. And so that's a lot of Texans who have had one of the greatest wilderness experiences that you can have in the state. And if the wrong person had gotten this property and shut that down, a lot of things would have been lost for a lot of people. So we quickly put the property under contract. We found two significant donors that helped us pay for the property. One of them we can talk about later, but one of them we can talk about now. It's the Horizon Foundation. They gave us half the money. And the other foundation is really insistent that we make sure, in talking to you, and we have been, that the property remain open to the public. And we have met with the folks at Black Gap, and they're supportive of that. And so thank you for considering this.
Yep. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Yes, the acreage will be left open to the public, most definitely. Thank you very much. And thanks for everything that Nature Conservancy does. Very much appreciate it. Okay, with that, is there a motion for approval? Is there a second?
Abel, second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Item 9, acquisition of land, Lampasas County and Burnett County, approximately 1,100 acres near Colorado State Park. Ms. Lofi, make your presentation.
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is Andrea Lopi with the Infrastructure Division, and this is the acquisition of land in Lampasas County and Burnett County, and this is another property that Mr. Francel and the Nature Conservancy has helped us with. Here's a map showing the location of the subject tract. Here you see the subject tract within Lampasas County and Burnett County. The proposed property consists of approximately 1,100 acres, including 1.5 miles of Yancey Creek, limestone bluffs, and several natural springs. The property is located across the river from Colorado Bend State Park and is approximately 10 miles upstream from Lake Buchanan. This acquisition will create additional recreational opportunities, habitat protection, and the conservation of natural springs. Staff prioritizes acquiring state park inholdings and new state parks from willing sellers to improve recreational opportunities, to conserve fish and wildlife habitat, and to ensure the conservation of existing Texas state parks and Wildlife Department public lands. Acquisition of this tract will help to add additional acreage to a new state park and will provide greater outdoor experiences and opportunities for the citizens of Texas. On this map, you see Colorado Bend in red. You see the 2,000 acres in green that we acquired, we closed on last Friday. We brought that to you at the November commission meeting. And this subject tract is in yellow, and this is the 1,100 acres that we're seeking approval to acquire. To date, we have received 44 total comments. 41 are in support and 3 disagree. And those 3 are primarily questions about the location of this property. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission authorizes the Executive Director to take all necessary steps to acquire approximately 1,100 acres in Lampasas County and Burnett County from a willing seller for future development and operation as a new state park. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? If not, is there a motion for approval? Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Rodney, we need to get the bridge and connect them all. If we do that collectively, how big would that tract be of all 3 of them? What do you think?
Over 8,000.
8,000? Sounds like a worthy challenge, Rodney. Okay. We'll call it, yeah, the rolling bridge. I like that. All right. Action item number 10, grant of shoreline restoration easement, Matagorda County. Approximately 1 acre at Matagorda Peninsula Coastal Management Area. Mrs. Lofi.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Here we see the subject tract on the map, the CMA. Here's a closer of the peninsula. In 2017, TPWD established the Matagorda Peninsula CMA with the acquisition of approximately 5,100 acres of land on Matagorda Peninsula from the Texas General Land Office. The Matagorda Peninsula CMA currently consists of more than 6,300 acres, preserving approximately 14 miles of peninsula from the Caney Creek Cut westward and from the Gulf of Mexico to East Matagorda Bay. This is a remote and undeveloped barrier system that preserves habitat for a remarkable diversity of coastal wildlife, including nesting sea turtles and resident and migratory shore and wading birds, several of which are listed as species of greatest conservation need. The GLO is seeking a long-term shoreline restoration easement on the Matagorda Peninsula CMA to construct a jetty designed to arrest the accelerated erosion along the Gulf shoreline of Sargent Beach. The shoreline restoration project would benefit the CMA as well as Sargent Beach by slowing the beach erosion and stabilizing the shifting land in the immediate area. Here you see a map of the location of the CMA, and the outline in yellow is the location of the easement. To date, we've received 6 total comments, 5 are in support, and 1 disagrees. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt the following motion. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission adopts the resolution attached as Exhibit A. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions? Is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Bell, so moved.
Is there a second?
Scott, so moved.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we now have a, I'm not sure what it's called, but you'll see it. Looks like a bomb detection.
I could use it right now.
All right, so someone quickly describe what we've got here.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Jessica Burke, the Accessibility Manager, and I'm going to be giving you a full presentation, including info on this. But right here, we've got coming in an Eco Rover chair. This is an all-terrain motorized chair, and this is a little mini tank, and it could get you just about anywhere. You could take it up water. You can climb rocks. It's quite the machine.
How fast does it go?
Gosh, I think it tops out about maybe 6 miles an hour, 8 miles an hour. It doesn't go super fast. This is the second speed. Do you want to, we can demo the top speed.
Yeah, let's see it. Fire it up.
Don't get it out of here. I need it to get from here to my truck.
Okay, watch out.
All right, let's go.
Oh, that's not the fastest. Pretty fast.
Wow.
Pretty zippy. It has incline features on it, so if you're climbing, you can lean forward or lean back. We're very excited about these.
What do you mean? Show us.
Yeah, if I'm sitting in it.
Right. Go ahead and sit in it.
Yeah. So if I'm sitting in it,
right.
I'm going uphill, I can incline it.
Okay. We got it. We can hear her.
If I'm sitting.
Just keep talking.
Yes, okay. If I'm sitting in it, going uphill, I can lean the seat forwards towards the hill so that the weight is facing forward, and same for going downhill.
How long does the battery charge?
Oh, gosh, you would ask me a bunch of questions about this, wouldn't you? 4 hours?
It's your
I
machine.
go 2 or 3 miles? Yes, sir.
So let me ask you, so for handicapped folks, they can go, that's the idea, be able to explore the park.
Yes, sir.
So how will that work? Will they rent it? Do they get online and get it ahead of time? Will you have, how many parks will have it? How many units? What's all that?
Yeah, those are such good questions. Could I give you my presentation with that information in it? Would that be okay?
Can we just answer that?
Sure,
specific questions.
Sure.
We don't need a full presentation.
Okay. We have 3 of these in a different model out in parks right now. So we have one at Waco Tanks. We have one at Dinosaur Valley. Palo Pinto already has one, so as soon as they open, it'll be ready to go. Those are action track chairs. So a similar style, but a different brand. It's got a different type of tread. We have 6 of these that have just arrived. State Parks purchased these along with the equipment out in the lobby that y'all see. And we are building out trailers for them. They've got a charge, so we're putting we're working on the logistics of this, but solar panels on trailers so we can park them and charge them. And we'll have one per region. My job as the accessibility manager is if somebody makes a phone call and they have a disability and they need one of these in a park, I know about it in advance. I'll get it out to them. Otherwise, they'll be stationed at different parks. All that information will be online, and then. Yes, no, we would never charge anybody for these. These are complimentary, along with any other adaptive equipment we have.
Fabulous.
Great. Okay.
Do they make one with an internal combustion engine on it?
I have not seen a track chair like that.
Okay.
Now I'm going tomorrow to pick up, it's called a terrain hopper, and it looks like a little go-kart. It's much lower to the ground, but I'm told it's better for hunting because you can get down low and
Put a gun rack on that thing. That'd be awesome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The one we're picking up tomorrow has a gun rack on it.
You read my mind.
Thing's awesome. All right. Okay. Thanks very much. What a great
you're
piece
welcome.
of technology.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. And what'd they cost? How much?
One of these runs about $15,000.
15?
Yes, sir.
It's good. Wow. That is really good look. That's nice. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Great. Is that all you wanted to update us on?
Well, I can
Do you
share
have a
some
whole
slides
presentation?
if you want. I do, but I'll be fast.
Okay.
Okay. I know y'all are tired.
No, we're just in a hurry.
Let me skip through a few things.
I have to go to my ranch, okay, and go hunt.
I'll
So
be so fast. Okay, I'm going to click through this.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys will see up there on the dais, you have some postcards. Those are our marketing materials. Share those, please. We want people to know that we want people with disabilities here at Parks and Wildlife. So that's got a QR code that'll take you right to our website. There's 4 people doing full-time work here in accessibility, which, as far as I can tell, is the most of any system in the nation. So California's got 1 full-time specialist, Washington has 2, but here in Texas we have 4 full-time specialists that are 3 recreational therapists and 1 who is a member of the blind and visually impaired community, and he's our trainer, and he's a hunter too, so he's probably out right now. This is our website here on the left, and then you guys saw those cards. These are Moby mats. So this is a mobility mat. It rolls out down towards the water. You can get it almost all the way straight into the water. They're a lot of upkeep, but they give a lot of good options for water access. So this is at Lake Ray Roberts State Park. This is a few examples of how we're working with the disability community to train and plan. So on the left, we got somebody who's a wheelchair user training staff at Inks Lake State Park. And then another planning session on the right. New buildings. We are using our Accessibility Advisory Committee, a commission-appointed committee to help us plan new buildings and new sites. Down there on the bottom is ABK, and they helped us with some of the design for that. And then this is just some cool stuff you guys will like that I couldn't bring in here. So we've got these accessible kayak launches. This one here is at, Lake Mineral Wells right there on the left-hand side. We had 9 of those go in as a donation from the foundation. In the middle, we've got some adaptive fishing gear, which is at Sea Center. We use that for our Special Olympics fishing tournaments. And then on the right-hand side, those are colorblind those are viewing scopes that people that are colorblind can see a full array of colors through those. So pretty cool. We also saw out front, you'll see the grit chairs. We saw action track chairs. We've got these water access chairs at our coastal beach parks. And then out front, you'll also see that Huckleberry hiker we've got it parked. We got it in yesterday, and that is it allows somebody, maybe larger kid, smaller adult, to get on back, and you can hike up wherever you need to get to with them. And then I mentioned this little terrain hopper right here. That's the little light blue. That's a donation that we're going to pick up tomorrow. And we've got a lot of great partner groups and programs. A couple of the partner groups, National Federation for the Blind, Epilepsy Foundation, Special Olympics Texas. Mostly I'm here because I want to invite y'all on April 12th. It's a Saturday. We're having a Fun for All event at Inks Lake State Park. It's an adaptive outdoor expo. We'll have adaptive hiking, adaptive fishing, adaptive archery, and I would love for y'all to come. So we'll get you guys an invitation and hopefully see you there. Okay, I did it as fast as I could.
Awesome. Well, thank you for very much what you're doing. I mean, this is fantastic. We have 4, and California's got 1.
That I have, they have a director of accessibility in state parks. I've not connected with their DNR person, but as far as I can tell, we are leading.
Well, thank you, because we want our parks accessible to everyone. So
Okay,
thanks so
thank you.
much.
Thank you
Really
very much.
appreciate it. Any questions? With that, is there a motion to approve? Do we have a second?
Briefing.
No motion required?
Just a briefing, Chairman.
What? That's just a briefing?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, let's see. With that, let me get this officially right. All right. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Commissioners, thank you all very much for your time, and I really appreciate the collaboration that everyone has been engaged in. It makes for a better product, and I think the state of Texas is a better place today than it was around some of these things that we just did. So, Dr. Jaskowitz, the commission has completed its business, and I declare us adjourned at 2:34 p.m. Thank you. You did good. Yep. All right, there we go.